like 10 feet. I mean, we're not that bad, are we? I mean, wow.
Good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 5:30, and I will call this Burnsville Council work session to order. The clerk, please note that on the record that all council members are present. So, everybody, we continue to come up with creative solutions thanks to our staff during this global pandemic crisis that we are in. And tonight's meeting is being conducted both in person and online. All of our city council members and staff members are in the council chambers. And we are social distancing. We may not have masks on, but we are social distancing. Members of the public may attend in person if they like. Otherwise, the public can watch this meeting online at burnsvillemn.gov/meeting or Comcast channel 16 or 859. And the public can also still participate through Zoom by joining us at zoom.us/join or call or by calling 651-372-8299. So more information is available on our meeting webpage and in the council agenda packet. Please note there is an audio delay if you are watching us on TV or online, or if you speak, please mute your video broadcast first. If Zoom meeting attendees experience audio issues, we ask you to leave the meeting and log back in. This usually solves the problem. So, our council meetings are our council work sessions are very informal, and we go directly to the agenda. And the first item on our agenda this evening is the Dakota Broadband Board follow-up discussion. And we have our Director of IT, Tom Venables, and he's presenting along with Kara Koch, who is the DBB Executive Director. Tom?
Madam Mayor, City Council members, thank you for having me this evening. As you indicated, I'm here along with my cohort, Kara Koch, our Executive Director from the DBB Board. This is a continuation of the DBB discussions as it relates to the city's involvement, and specifically focused on the activities related in the direction around CNET activities and the direction the City Council would like to proceed with. So I'm going to go through a few slides this evening that follow the council's agenda background to provide a little bit more detail, and then I will focus mainly on the last items in the presentation, which focus on considerations to move forward with and giving staff direction and where we would like to proceed. With that, and some of this you've heard in the past as we've talked, but just as a quick reminder, the city's fiber network was built in 2009 as part of a water utility project. We designed it at that time with the engineers to service all the water utility sites, all the staffed facility sites, and to create a carrier class infrastructure that could be leased out for third parties. That was the intent of the design at that time. Since then, the city has been leasing those assets, starting in 2011. We modeled the process of leasing those assets around our leasing of water tower assets and other city properties, specifically land use leases that we have with carriers. This at the time was also in alignment with the council's philosophy to recoup some public investment in the assets that we built out. And some of the initial goals of that leasing that we did was to minimize the right-of-way disturbances and construction that occurs regularly in the right-of-ways throughout Burnsville, and protect its open and availability for others in the future. It was also to protect and preserve city properties, primarily city water tower properties, park sites, park lands, and other city facilities. And why that's important is some of our agreements specifically today that we have in place do protect and preserve those assets today. We also did it with the intent to hopefully share costs of co-trenching, capital outlay that it takes to build out the infrastructure, and the ongoing maintenance to maintain those assets as we move forward and use them. And then essentially at that time too, to promote broadband services to the residents and businesses by making those assets available for people to consider using. And then also to provide some offsetting revenue to help us with our ongoing expenses. Today, we still do have several existing fiber leases in place and agreements. 5 of those today are with public entities, 3 are with private entities. They're made up of different types of arrangements or agreements. Some are leases, some are MOUs or memos of understanding, and some are IRUs, which are indefeasible rights to use agreements. We did those based on the needs at the time and the parties that we worked with and what they would like to move forward with at the time. And these, under the current JPA with the DBB, these existing leases, both the public and the private, are all considered CNET types of activities. During that same time period, when we were building out our fiber infrastructure and making those lease arrangements with third parties, we also did not move forward with several projects that were either started and then stopped, or just did not work out with third parties. Many of them were due to missed timing and coordination of the effort, changes in the direction by the companies that we were dealing with at the time and their interest. The costs that we tried to negotiate with them to lease our assets, they may not have agreed with, or we may not have agreed with what they wanted to pay. And then the staff time involved. In addition, we also were challenged along the way during that time period with limited staff resources to market and do outreach. Typically, how we found out about any interested parties was through their permit applications when they actually applied for right-of-way permits to build their own assets out. And by that time, they're not as interested in starting over and considering city assets at the time. So some of those were the ongoing challenges and some of the rationale behind how we could consolidate effort countywide and maybe do this as a collective group. And that conversation started again early on also throughout the county with other organizations, the city of Eagan, Dakota County, the city of Apple Valley and Lakeville, specifically where they were just starting to build out some of their fiber assets. We were ahead of the curve, and they were just starting to experience some of the same interest in doing that with their city assets also. And so that started the conversation, and it really sparked the initiative of the HIP group, or the High Performance Partnerships at that time, that suggested moving forward with a study. And at that time, the study was sponsored by the CDA. And it did move forward in 2014 with a study that was done by a third-party vendor. And we've talked about that previously also. As a current member of the DVB, the city, under the Joint Powers Agreement, the city receives the benefit of fiber maintenance and management and coordinated projects for both INET and CNET related purposes, as stated in the JPA. And in alignment with the JPA goals, what's moving forward right now are several things. When we've talked about a few of these previously, there are INET projects currently moving forward to build out the institutional network. That's a goal of all the members. And then there are ongoing CNET policy and planning discussions taking place right now, although there's no new CNET activities or projects or implementations that have actually started through the DBB at this time. And I think it's important to understand that some of the references and the information that I'm providing tonight is from the Joint Powers Agreement, and as it references a systems plan. That really was the study that was done in 2014 by that third-party consultant. It's since been revised several times. The current plan that was adopted was by the DVB board in 2018 was version 7, version 10, and that's as of December 2017. So that's the systems plan that's being referenced in the Joint Powers Agreement that really defines the design of the institutional network and the design of the CNET as we move forward. In addition, during this time frame in the last few months, the DBB did move forward with adopting a template IRU agreement, and we've talked about that at previous meetings, for the members to consider signing per the Joint Powers Agreement and referenced in the systems plan also. This again identifies and inventories all the fiber assets that the city owns and would grant access to the DBB on behalf of the city to maintain and manage those assets ongoing for either INET or CNET purposes. The design of any future CNET countywide would be identified and updated in the systems plan. There was an initial design proposed back in 2014 and again in 2017. And I've got a couple slides just to kind of give you a glimpse of what those looked like. So this may be a little bit hard to see, but as you can see, this is Dakota County, and most of the all the cities, member cities are listed on here as green stars. And essentially the institutional network, as most of it exists today, connects all these city facilities. And so this makes up the county-wide institutional network that interconnects all the public facilities and communities that are DBB members today. Along with that, and this was again from December of 2017 as part of that systems plan that was referenced by the Joint Powers Agreement document. This is a glimpse of the CNET as it looked or was proposed at that time from 2017 also. As you can see, it has a similar footprint as the INET. It really, if I back up, this is just a little bit further, it includes a little bit southern Dakota County, whereas this one doesn't include as much as southern Dakota County, but the footprint is very similar in that it really is similar assets that could make up the institutional network and the commercial network. And what this represents is that any entity that would like to tie into it or connect to it would just do so at a nearby location that's relatively close to them. With that, I've provided a little bit of background that was also included in the agenda background as to where we've come from and what we've done and some of the activities that the city of Burnsville specifically has done. We are, as I understand it, the only DBB member today that has CNET type leases currently actively in place and are moving and continue to have those in place.
Are they ours then, or does it go into the pool, the DBB pool, or do we keep our current leases?
As referenced in the systems plan, our existing agreements are grandfathered in, and those assets and the revenue associated with those assets are ours.
Stays with us, okay, good.
We have heard, though, from the council that you've indicated that the management and maintenance of the institutional network, as we've talked about, remains a good role for the DBB. But a majority of the council has indicated that it may not be interested or no longer wants the city to be participating in new or existing commercial network-related activities. So staff, as a result, is looking for direction from the council to determine what involvement with the DBB is desired for the city going forward, and what types of activities would we want to continue to consider. So with that in mind, there were a couple items we put together for consideration with the idea that there may be more that the council would want to entertain and consider.
Will you also, when you give that report, talk about the impact if we don't go down the road with the CNET with the DBB?
I'll try to do my best. Yep.
Okay.
So as it relates to some considerations, and if the council wishes to continue with the DBB for inventory and maintenance and management of the city's fiber assets for institutional network and CNET related use, if so, this is one option or consideration with some, I'll say, topics to talk about. Does the council wish a different approach as it relates to the JPA and the associated IRU and systems plan referenced by that JPA, and direct staff to come back with those options? There are a few things related to that. So as it relates to the systems plan that I've referenced a few times, it can be modified, and Burnsville has a weighted vote to do that as part of the DBB. So as it relates to that systems plan, the systems plan is what would design and decide how the CNET would be utilized, would actually look. So that drawing, that map of the CNET was just a proposal. It could change based on if we wish that systems plan to change to meet our needs, and Burnsville does have a weighted vote in that process.
So we have control.
Us in Dakota County, and Kara, I may need your help.
And the other city.
Or another city that has a weighted vote.
Yep.
Because we have the most assets as part of the DBB today. Us and Dakota County are the top two. And then the third, I believe, is either Apple Valley or Lakeville. I'll update that. As it relates to that, the JPA itself can also be changed. The difference there, though, is that it would require a majority vote of the DBB members, and it is not a weighted vote. So Burnsville could request that some changes to the JPA language would go forward. We would just be one of 11 votes in that process without weighted. So that's another option. And the language of the JPA, as it states today, does allow the DBB to use city assets for CNET-related purposes. And the reason I point that out again is the systems plan or the design of the CNET can be changed. So if that's where we would take some of those changes forward to the DBB if we decided that that was a good course of action. The city would also continue to receive CNET-related revenues even if we did not initiate or participate in any new CNET-related activities as part of the DBB. And what I mean by that is if the DBB were interested in pursuing CNET activities and we've decided that we did not want to initiate any of those activities from within Burnsville, even though we're not the leading agency and we're not, that's not a Burnsville project, just the fact that we're a DBB member and we're part of the Joint Powers Agreement and there's a revenue sharing policy, we would still receive revenue from activities that other DBB members are moving forward with, whether we're participating or not.
So that's a benefit.
That can be a benefit. On the flip side, the DBB would still be able to, under the agreements, utilize city assets. We just would not initiate those projects. Another entity could, and for example, if an entity wanted to connect a facility from Hastings to Burnsville, because that entity has a branch office in Burnsville, the city of Hastings could initiate that project and still use Burnsville assets to get to the property in Burnsville. Burnsville would still receive revenue from that project, but we would not be part of that project necessarily.
So it's no different than if I travel from Hastings and then get onto 42 to come to Burnsville. It's an infrastructure.
It's an infrastructure that crosses geographic boundaries.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we will have the benefit, our business would have the benefit, the business that's located here, their corporate office might be in Hastings, but to connect to Burnsville, they have to write that infrastructure that connects to us.
And Burnsville could choose not to participate or initiate that project, but another entity potentially could, and Burnsville would still receive revenue from that process because of our DBB membership.
Okay.
And the asset that is being utilized is Burnsville's assets within the Burnsville boundaries.
Well, we've always talked about that it is the 21st century transportation corridor, or technology is.
Tom, I have a couple questions when Elizabeth is done
Yeah.
as well. Is that, when you do a revenue split, is that a 50-50 split?
The revenue policy today under the DBB is a little bit of a different process. It's a 50, 45, 5, 3.33, and 1.67 policy. And I'll get to what that means.
Okay, now you've confused everyone.
And Karen may need to help me a little bit in this. So if moving forward on a CNET initiative and there's revenue coming in from that CNET initiative, the initiating city would get 50.
So using your example, Hastings to Burnsville.
Hastings to Burnsville, Hastings would receive 50% of that revenue coming in. The rest of the membership would receive 45% of the revenue. The remaining 5% would be split up 3.33% to all the DBB members, and then the 1.67% goes to Dakota County.
Okay, now the follow-up question is, if we're not part of the DBB and another city wants to utilize our assets because they got a great account, can they do that?
If we're not part of the DBB? They could not enter into that unless Burnsville were entering into a separate agreement with them and we allowed them to use our assets.
Okay.
If we
So
were
we'd have
not
to make
part
a
of it.
separate CNET agreement with another city that might want to expand.
If we were no longer part of the DBB and an agency approached us, we would have to allow them to access Burnsville assets and we would have full control of that.
Also, can another city come into the city
Today, anybody can, as long as they pull and pay for right-of-way permits,
Okay. Thank you.
private and public partners.
Okay.
So this is the first consideration with some caveats, as I guess I'll call them. Another consideration is status quo, essentially. So if the council is satisfied with the direction that we are heading with the DBB, and the council wishes to continue the current approach, they could direct staff to, and the appointed council liaison to the DBB, to move forward with the IRU agreement adoption that we've talked about in the past, and continue the work that we're doing with the institutional network and future CNET activity work. So essentially that one is proceed as is. And then the last consideration that we put together here is if the city were to choose to withdraw from the DBB and seek alternative options to manage or maintain our city assets and design services. With that, the council would need to consider some additional things. There is an 18-month advance notice requirement under the Joint Powers Agreement that we're part of, but with flexibility. So the DBB board could consider to waive the entire 18 months if they chose to, but they have the right to have monetary compensation for anything that was that we were engaged in at the time. But there is an 18-month notification requirement at this time. The city's locate cost as a standalone, if we were to do things on our own, would increase. We are getting a bulk rate today under the DBB for city locates. That current rate is about $9,000 less than what we were paying doing it on our own previously per year. The city's time to initiate and design and manage any future institutional network fiber projects will increase. We'll have to hire more consulting time and firms to help us in those efforts, similar to what we were doing in the past as we move forward with additional new projects, and we have some in our long-term capital plans. There's also whether there's any support for any city time or resources spent on current CNET activities, and should the city continue to consider leasing and maintaining our current lease arrangements that we have in place. Some of them are 15 years in length, some are 20 years in length. We're to a few years on many of them, but they still have several years of life left in them for those existing leases. So it's whether we want to continue those and continue to maintain those. And then if there are any future inquiries about leasing city fiber, would staff pursue those? Should staff pursue those? And so Councilmember Gustafson's example would be as if somebody came to us and we were no longer part of the DBB and they wanted to use city fiber assets, would we permit that going forward? When we talk about that, we tend to look back at some of the reasons that we have agreements in place today, specifically as I look at some of our water tower locations. Today, we actually have some memos of understanding with private entities to provide them access to our water tower sites. And the primary reason for water tower access is because you have a lot of, obviously, wireless carriers on our water tower assets, and they all need fiber backhauls to get that wireless signal off the tower and into their network really quickly through fiber optic. One of our challenges is real estate. We don't have a lot of real estate left around our water tower sites, and the remaining access to the water tower sites include a lot of other infrastructure, our main water mains, our gas lines, our electrical lines, and then there are other vendors and other vendor infrastructure up there that we have to concern with. So what we've done with at least one of our approaches in the past to allow access to city assets is we've provided them access to city fiber at those locations in return for additional fiber that they've provided us. So rather than letting them construct their own fiber to that location, we just allowed them to access city assets. And then we asked them to provide us additional fiber assets for future potential uses for not only the city, but at that time, our intent was future leasing. So that's just one example of why we've managed or controlled some access to city properties in the past.
So we have telecoms now that are using our fiber to get to the tower.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
All right.
At several, all three of our water tower sites, we do.
Thank you.
Yep. So with that, I've done a lot of talking, and I know we've gone through quite a few items here. And I stand for any questions, and Kara
Okay.
will too. unless there's some additional clarity that's needed on some of these items.
Okay. Members of the council, questions for Tom or Kara? Okay. You don't have a button to push?
Oh, sorry, there is one here. I didn't know if we were using that.
Well, so,
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
okay,
You noted the 18-month cancellation notice period, basically, and it's related to assets in place. We've been part of the DVB from a membership standpoint, discussion, development standpoint, but we never got to the IRU. Where are we at in that spectrum of having placed asset, having assets in place? For instance, that would trigger that 18-month, or are we still not to that point where if we want it, and I'm not saying I want to get out right now because I think the INET is well worth staying in, but are we at that 18-month place where we've triggered that because we've put some assets in place? Or minus the IRU, are we not quite there yet?
We're not quite there yet. The IRU actually has a 2-year withdrawal notice, and we have not moved forward with signing an IRU yet.
Right.
Essentially, the IRU is the inventory of our assets that would be managed and identified for the DBB. So the 18-month withdrawal, it reflects only the joint powers agreement language.
Gotcha.
But the IRU does have separate language in there for withdrawal, assuming that you've got an agreement in place and if that asset was in use, that gives some additional time for the DBB to make other considerations. If the city had an IRU agreement and we announced that we were leaving, then the DBB would have an extra 6 months essentially to make other arrangements for any assets that were used
Sure.
at the time.
And from a planning purpose, I can understand that.
And that really does focus on CNET-related assets to some degree because obviously the institutional network assets today are in use and continue to be in use. The CNET assets, whatever those would be identified as, are not in use today. There are none in use.
Follow up, Madam Mayor.
New.
Yep.
I'm just curious if somebody jumps in and then down the road they decide to exit, the liabilities attached to the IRU, do they succeed a city pulling out? Are they still going to be liable for those contracts and or activity within their network? The people that may have signed up to use it in a CNET, do those survive that termination, or does that liability switch to the remaining members?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. How do we detangle from agreeing, if we're going to detangle?
Yeah, I understand
and
our
when else?
current contracts we did years ago in a vacuum. It's just us. That wasn't part of the DVB
Yep.
type of thing. But if we were to go forward with this and we participated in the CNET and then 5 years from now we said, okay, we'd like to just get out of this, it seems like we're sort of on the hook for all liabilities that were contracts that were in place at that time until all of those contracts signed under our IRU period of time with DVB would be renewed, right, or exhausted or terminated.
I don't know the exact answer to that today, Councilmember Keeley, but I can definitely follow up on that and provide you some clarity.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts here, but as I just noted earlier, to me, the institutional network is what drove wanting to be a part of this bigger thing. And I did mention this in our previous meetings. I have felt that when this started 10 years ago, there was a problem, and we needed a solution to the problem. And we had a lot of debates at council whether the government entity of the city of Burnsville should be getting into the business of providing some broadband or even some backbone to the private providers to provide broadband to businesses or areas that were at that time maybe underserved, right? There were frustrated business owners out there calling now and then. Some would email and say, I can't get the speeds I need to grow my business. And we moved forward with our fiber optic, and we said, yeah, let's sell excess backbone space to those businesses, to the end providers, right? Whoever they are, Frontier, Verizon, whatever it might be. and stay out of the retail business, but we would wholesale it, and I think there may have been some lack of clarity on what did we wholesale that out at, right? Did we wholesale that at market rate, or did we end up subsidizing it without intending to? But ultimately, some people took us up on it. There was some need many, many years ago for faster speeds, but then you fast forward, and about 4 or 5 years ago or so, speeds in the private sector started to just really take off, and I think it was partially us flexing hey, our businesses are coming to us saying we need faster speeds. We went to the private sector and we kind of put them on notice. Invest in the network and speed it up. We don't want to get into this business, but we're debating it because we feel like we have to. And the speeds got to the point where today we're a gigabit everywhere in Burnsville is offered. Most people don't buy it because it's fairly expensive, but they certainly buy speeds that are fast enough to handle a pandemic and a lot of at-home homework and working from home parents. But that isn't the case, out in the rural areas. I've read numerous stories of kind of what it was like here in Burnsville 10 years ago, where if mom and dad were working from home, the kids had to get off the internet because they didn't have bandwidth to serve everybody at the same time. And so coming full circle, I kind of feel like this whole DBB was, if it was pure iNet, no problem. But as it got into the CNET and as we looked at the DBB and becoming part of this bigger thing and signing an IRU, number one, we lost control of what we have done so far. We're turning it over to another entity. We lose some sort of voting rights and control, but we're still taking on the liability. And yet I look at it and go, why are we even doing this? Why are we even considering a CNET when the private sector has sped up light years from where they were in 2010, 12, and 13? And it's kind of like we have this solution in search of now a problem. Like, who out there is even going to want to buy it that can't buy it from Comcast or Verizon or Frontier or anybody else right now? It's been all quiet on the front from a business and individual resident perspective. I haven't heard a single person say anything about bandwidth speed in 5 years or more. So for me, this is all about the iNet, period, nothing more. I don't think the CNET, I don't want to be a part of the CNET with the DBB. I think we can close out our contracts or we can control our own destiny in that area. But I truly think that the whole broadband debate has moved out of the metro and into the rural areas. The state has got grants. The county is looking at doing something, and I think they need to be the ones to take the lead because we're not operating in the rural areas. And that's where the whole broadband, from a municipal support standpoint, I was reading just one example I'll cite as I close out here. A person said, pardon me, a half a mile down the road is where they could connect, that they're suffering from really slow speeds, and that if they could just get a private provider to come connect them a half mile down the road, they could get broadband maybe close to what we enjoy here in Burnsville. But no private provider is willing to go pull a line for that one home. And therein lies, to me, there's the but-for test. The private sector is not able to make sense of it and make it a profitable venture or even within any sort of government mandate. And there's where the state grants and the federal grants come in to help them do that so those rural areas can get that service. That, to me, is where the broadband discussion is today. It's not metro area like we're sitting in here with the speeds that we have available that are in the marketplace. So I'll shut up.
Yep.
That's my
Yep.
perspective on it.
Dan Gustafson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do recall back in 2009 when we put this in, and CNET was always a part of it, and we did have a lot of discussions of whether it was appropriate or not, and we moved forward with the CNET. For me, this isn't about speed or that sort of thing. It's more about how do we leverage our taxpayer assets that are underground that are sitting there dark. They're paying for them. They're in the ground. We have no use for them. If a company wants to come in and provide service and maybe go to the door, let them do it. But don't stop them from at least leasing those assets so they have access to the entire county. That's all it's about. It's leveraging our assets for our taxpayers so we can get some income in to offset the cost of having this iNet, so the iNet doesn't have to stand on its own and be taxed for everything we do on the iNet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the other thing, remembering our discussion, we build infrastructure like we build roads. So the broadband, our fiber, was infrastructure. And we didn't want to do content. And we put out RFPs for companies to do content for us. Frontier got that contract, right? Is Frontier still doing content for us on our fiber?
Today, they're utilizing our fiber assets, but they are not doing anything on our behalf today on
Okay,
those.
but they were.
They were.
Yeah, because that was the idea. We build the roads, we build the super highway for the 21st century, and we don't want to do content. That's not our skill set. And so we had someone who sold that for us. And today, are we doing that, or the DBB is going to do that?
The DBB's intent for the CNET would be a wholesale provider of infrastructure only, not a retail provider of internet service or any types of
Okay.
services.
I think that's the clarity that people need to understand.
Be very similar to what Burnsville's been doing for the last 9 years in terms of, we've been selling dark fiber assets, so for others to use as they wish and to leverage. And to your example with Frontier, Frontier leverages our dark fiber assets today to connect to one of our water tower sites to provide customer service to another wireless carrier at the water tower site. In addition to that, they're leveraging it today to deliver cable television service over their television service network by tying into our city fiber here at City Hall.
Okay. Vince, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you. Tom, how many other telecommunication companies are relying on this type of service to provide to their retail customers? I recall CenturyLink coming into Egan and advertising this, and then it kind of just disappeared. Is this something that's happening across the region?
There's different examples of different partnerships throughout the country as it relates to municipal fiber. One of the things that's distinctive about the DBB is that we're not looking at a retail service, or what typically in the past we would have called a triple play service or a quadruple play service of television, phone, internet. That's not the intent. The intent is just to provide the highway or the infrastructure for other service providers to deliver that service to the communities in Dakota County as another option, or as another ability to do so for existing incumbent providers that may not have infrastructure in areas of the county that they serve or that they're within. So there are different examples throughout the country. Today, the telecommunications providers that use our fiber assets are primarily focused on the water tower assets for delivering wireless carrier service to the customers. So in a way that city's providing them some infrastructure to get to the water tower sites so that they can deliver their signal to the consumers.
So what is the likelihood of a telecommunication company coming in and utilizing that? I know this is a hard question to answer, but to put fiber up to doorsteps in residential neighborhoods, is that something that's forecasted as part of this plan, to wholesale it to a service provider that would purchase from us and then further offer it on a retail level?
That may be an option as it relates to the service provider, that they could use ours as a core highway to get closer to the customers, either business or residentials, where then they could build out to those businesses or residential locations to deliver their service to. But they would deliver a lot of their service on a core ring of infrastructure delivered by the DBB. And that's essentially what, in that map that I provided that I can go back to, if you look at that, it looks like a ring. This is the CNET. And essentially, the way it would work is that the DBB would manage that ring so that any provider could tie in their fiber network to that ring and deliver service to different parts of the county along that ring of fiber. And all they would maybe have to do is build out their fiber to their customer from the closest point to the ring. So essentially, if you look again, if we use the Hastings example, in Hastings, they could tie into the closest part of the ring there to deliver service somewhere up into northern Dakota County, potentially, or another western part of the county without building out their own infrastructure in miles that way. They could leverage the public assets that are in place and still build some additional assets of their own to reach the customer base.
So that is the goal then of CNET, is to provide that to
Just the
whatever those
infrastructure.
companies, whoever they may be, to offer that service.
That policy discussion and design discussion is still taking place. It hasn't been formalized, but that is one of the possibilities and one of the options potentially. So that's still in process as part of the DBB conversation, is to decide how the CNET would be utilized and how the CNET would be built out to provide either what they would call dark fiber services, similar to what Burnsville's been doing for several years, or lit fiber services potentially. And lit fiber services are more in the realm of what you see here, where a lit fiber may be, it's lit around that entire ring, and you're just tying into it, connecting to it, and it delivers your data signal along that ring to another part of the ring, and then offloads it to your customer.
So a Frontier can do that because they're a content provider.
Frontier could potentially take and leverage that and deliver service to another part of the county that they don't currently serve for data services.
Or any company. So they're just using our highway. Okay. Dan, I see a,
Oh, is that my,
oh, no, Gustafson.
Oh, mine's
Sorry.
still up.
Okay.
Mine's green, I didn't press it.
Oh, okay, well, it showed up.
I'm good for now.
Okay. Okay.
I just raised my hand. Here, this one feels better when it's in the air.
Oh, okay.
Can I
Dan
ask
Kay.
a question of the DPP director? Miss-
Yeah.
Sorry.
Kara.
Kara, yeah.
Kara, well, I was trying to get your last. Have you, I'm curious, you've made the rounds, I know you're monitoring in contact with all the cities that are part of the DPP today. Has there been any cities, up till even last night or this last week, that have had discussions like what we're having in debating the INET versus CNET, or both, or whatever?
Sure. Madam Chair, council members, there has been discussion at Dakota County's level. There has been some conversation among county members about the similar questions related to the CNET, and I think you, back in February, when the DBB board approved the IRU template, there was discussion at that point regarding CNET, the direction of CNET, and then some of the questions about maintaining control of assets, some of the questions that you have had tonight for the conversation. So yes, those have been taking place, and I think, as Tom mentioned in his presentation, CNET as it's presented is based on that systems plan at this point, but that is a plan that really was created to initiate the creation of the DBB. Last September, the DBB initiated a strategic planning session to talk about what does the future look like for the DBB, and including what does that look like for CNET. And those conversations continue to happen. As part of that conversation, the DBB board did ask for presentations from the existing providers in the Dakota County area to better understand, what is, compared to what happened when this plan was created, what's the current state in 2017? And what does that look like? And how would that potentially influence what we do with CNET? So I have extended invitations to those providers. In July and August, we have 4 existing ISPs that are presenting to the DBB, and actually tomorrow at our presentation, we also have a presentation from the State Office of Broadband Development to give us, again, that bigger picture of what's going on. And so once we have that information, the board will then use that to start having those conversations about future direction for CNET, what that looks like, does that change what the direction of the system plan is, and how do we potentially look at that. So the short version of it, yes, there have been conversations. Also, there have been a number of members that have approved the IRU template already. So 5 member communities have approved the IRU template. Their council has approved those. And a couple more are going to for council approval over the next week. So
Can you let us know what 5 of those are?
the 5 that were, yes, Farmington, Inver Grove Heights, Mendota Heights, South St. Paul, and West St. Paul.
Okay.
Have you,
Dan Kay.
follow-up, sorry.
Yeah.
I know that Hastings was having a meeting this morning, but I wasn't able to tune in. Do you know what their discussion was about? They had DVB on their agenda.
I guess I'm not sure about this morning, but last night I did have a presentation where to the Utilities Committee in Hastings. And so they had a conversation about that conversation was really focused on what opportunities exist for Hastings as a part of the DBB or going forward from a economic development standpoint. So at the conclusion of that conversation last night, at the meeting last night, there was a motion to recommend to the council that they hire a consultant or consider hiring a consultant to look at what opportunities exist in Hastings as far as expanding that network, potential economic development opportunities related to their 2040 comprehensive plan, and just for some additional direction. So that's how that essentially ended last night.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other thoughts? Vince, you have any other questions?
I had one other question, and I don't know if I'm going back in time here, but, and I might, this feels like a decade ago when we last talked about this, but when we discussed having INET be separate from CNET, I believe that those ended up being absorbed into one IRU.
The
Is that
IRU
accurate?
language was modified to address managing all fiber assets as one product, essentially, whether it's used for INET or CNET uses,
Okay.
rather than two separate IRUs, one for either.
The highway is the highway.
Okay. That's all I have for right now.
Kara, you have any questions?
I don't have questions. Likewise, I do remember that. I do remember the language was changed. My comfort level with not separating out the INET from the CNET in that, that's a full stop for me. I am in favor of the INET, absolutely. That's not even a question. But I would not look favorably on an IRU, especially one that we would have to give a 2-year notice to withdraw on, where there is no separation on that. So that's my thoughts on that.
In regards to the 2-year withdrawal notice on the IRU, I failed to mention that. It's similar to the JPA withdrawal requirement. There's some flexibility in that where the DBB could waive portions of the 2 years. And what that would be determined at the time that a member would be asked to leave the IRU agreement. So there is some flexibility in that potentially too.
And the agreement has not yet been finalized. Am I hearing you correctly with all of that?
The DBB board did adopt a template IRU
Yeah,
that
I
they've
saw the
asked
template.
all members to now adopt. And Burnsville has not moved forward with that adoption at this time. But as Kara indicated, there are 5 other entities that have moved forward with that same IRU template.
Okay. Dan Kay.
I'm glad you brought that up, Councilmember Workman and Schultz. I forgot to ask earlier. I remember, and I know I was one of the council that asked, are we, and now I guess I'll rephrase it, because what's been presented, it sounds like the IRU that you've put forward is the only IRU that you're going to put forward? Or will Burnsville get a chance to look at an INET-specific IRU?
The DBB board would have to take action to make that occur, and right now they've only adopted a single template IRU. So Burnsville could request that that be considered for the DBB, but the DBB would have to then
Sure.
vote on that.
Well,
and
that's what,
take
I think
action
we were
on that.
very clear at our meeting a month or so ago, that's what we were looking for. If that's,
3-2.
if, correct, that's called a majority.
Yeah.
If we're not going to get that, then I would make a motion that we withdraw from the DBB, because that's the only way that we're gonna move forward. So I think the DBB has to come back with an IRU exclusively for the INET and within a reasonable amount of time, or I think we're just wasting our time, quite frankly.
Dan Gustafson?
That's unfortunate. We've been working on this for well over 11 years. hundreds of thousands of dollars. We have most of the county involved in this. 5 of the cities have already signed off on it. I don't think the county's changed their mind that I'm aware of. I've not seen any votes or discussions on that yet. Maybe you guys have better knowledge than I do. To give up on the DBB, we're the second largest contributor to it because of all the assets we have. It was going to be probably very harmful for the DBB and the other cities that in our county that are looking at this as an economic development tool. We're basically saying no to the county. You cannot do it this way. You must find a better way to do it besides that. To me, this is kind of a sad moment. We've worked very hard at this, and we're quashing competition. We're quashing the possibility of more internet throughout the entire county, better internet just here in our city. I know from our school district, during this whole distance learning, we had 200 to 300 students that had no access to internet. And that was a sad situation, even though the school board had given them all they needed, the Apple computers and all that for connectivity, but they didn't have a place to connect to. So, I mean, there's a lot of things going on out there as our world and our economy changes. I've heard from many companies, some of them that had difficulties with their internets going up and down because of all the use of the stay-at-home, and they're going to stay at home for a long time. I think we're missing the point about trying to plan for our future and for the future of this county, because quite frankly, I think that the broadband is the way of the future here, and I think we're stopping it here. And I do believe if we just do the iNet, it just becomes a very expensive maintenance contract, and I don't know that helps us at all.
Okay. Vince?
Dan, I want to ask, I guess the question again, if we're wholesaling this, we're not actually bringing it up to the door to those people. We're not sure what ISPs are even interested in purchasing this. So, and there's no JPA or service agreement to determine what the actual CNET is going to be intended for. So while I don't want school kids to go without internet, I don't know if this is equipped to handle that, because the DBB is not even sure if this is equipped to handle that.
All I can say, I know we have, 4 presenting to us tomorrow, ISPs. So we haven't even gotten to that point where the ISPs are just coming to us. We want to cut it off before we even get a chance to hear them out.
Well,
I don't think we should do that.
I would like to hear what the ISPs have to say about it as well.
If the motion goes to disband from the DBB, it's a moot point.
I think we need more information. And then also a request to the board of the DBB, if we can have perhaps something within the IRU that is related to how we can still have control. See, for me, in Burnsville, we have always been about leveraging our assets, and so that our residents do not continue to pay for all of this. But leveraging, everybody now is helping us, and that gives us revenue to help pay for this infrastructure that we have in place right now. We do that all the time with regard to leveraging our assets, whether that was with a public-private partnership, and this is a partnership just like the communications center. Instead of all of us having our own communications center, we leverage that with the county and other cities. And when this came into play, this was another way for us to leverage that so that we can make sure that all we're doing is building infrastructure. We have it already built, but now we have others who can also use it and we get revenue from it. Helps defray the cost of the fiber that we put in the ground. We're not doing anything with regard to selling it. And I believe that the DBB is going to not be a retailer. You're just a wholesaler.
That's correct.
And it's the private companies who are going to retail that content,
Correct.
not us, not the DBB. That's how we've done it in Burnsville. We've always said we build infrastructure. We don't do content. So for me, before we look at this and say no, let's get more information and ask the DBB board. Excuse me, I've been on Zoom meetings all day, so I think my voice is going after yesterday and today. Give us more information and ask the question. Is there a different way that we can look at the IRU? Because for me, it's important to continue to do the work with our partners. I really don't want everybody to go and then say, we can't trust Burnsville. You go into something with Burnsville and they back out. I don't want that kind of reputation for Burnsville.
Madam Mayor, I have some questions when you're
Yes,
done.
Kara.
So I have a couple questions. Do you see value in the INET? And if so, could you explain what that value would be?
The build-out of the institutional network benefits us in a way that we can buy in larger quantities and cheaper rates for materials as we go forward on future projects as a collective group. That also goes hand in hand with the locate services that we have for Go for One locates annually for all of our fiber assets. That's also true of consulting services or engineering services. As we do it as a collective, those rates we can do in much larger quantities, so we can buy them down at a much lower cost for all the members as we want to go. But also, as we move forward in the future, looking at additional, because we're all going to be connected together, we can start looking at consolidating other services within the municipalities and the county as it relates, because we'll have direct connections to each other at high speeds. And that may be, we share internet service, so we only have one internet provider for all of us versus each of us having our own internet provider with redundant connectivity so that it doesn't go down, because we all rely on the internet services. That's just one example, but maybe at some point we do more public safety sharing of services between the networks. Maybe we do a better traffic management sharing, because our institutional networks are now connecting all the traffic management locations within the communities. Those continue to compound once the infrastructure is in place, where you can add those. We can deliver more services to other parts of the entities like we do today, where we're expanding our network into parks. And we do that not for Wi-Fi, as many people think. We do that first and foremost for security of assets.
Yeah.
We do that for building management controls. We do that for lighting management and irrigation management controls. And then we add Wi-Fi on top of that.
Yeah.
So that
Little
everybody.
bonus.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it becomes duplicative, between all the members. Then if one of us does it, the others can start looking at that and replicate those services. So again, it continues to foster and advance those types of activities where we had to typically do those on our own in the past as silos. And now we can start considering more and more shared services.
Okay.
So,
Madam
lots of
Mayor, if I may
possibilities.
ask another
Yeah,
question?
sure. Kara.
If we do not go forward with CNET, but we do go forward with INET, if other cities wish to use our fiber, our highway, that could still be contracted through us. Is that correct?
Depending on the language that would need to change, yes, that's still possible. And if Burnsville are still a DBB member, we would be able to obtain revenue sharing of other
That's what I want.
organizations using our assets.
So if we stay a member, then that's a possibility.
That's a possibility.
So if we stayed a DBB member and we approved INET going forward, if we had an IRU that was specific to that, I personally don't see an impediment on that from me at all. That would be something I would look favorably on, especially with what you've just said on, reiterating what those benefits are. So I do cross my fingers that DBB can accommodate our request on that. I'm very hopeful.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you all, Dan Keeley?
I'm bleeping.
You're blinking at me.
I'm
I'll
farther
wink
away
back,
now.
yeah.
Just a quick follow-up on that. I think one of our concerns with the IRU, with the CNET, even though we wanted to go forward with an INET, was the liability factor. If we were to be in an INET, IRU contractual arrangement with the DVB, and another city did sign up CNET and they needed traffic to go through our wire, are we in any way liable for any downtime or any other risk that that city's ISP client signed up? Are we on the hook for any liability within that contract, even though we didn't make the contract with them, but their data traffic is passing through our lines, call it?
As I understand it, the DBB would be responsible for maintaining that and be on the liability of that because of the responsible party for maintaining that asset on our behalf.
Yeah, because I'm not quite sure what the liability is for us with the CNET.
Well, it was in the IRU, it was pretty clear.
It's, oh, when we get out of it.
No, if we were to sign the IRU
Yeah.
and the CNET, we were, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If this is a path for us to be a member as an IRU, or an RU for INET, and essentially we're allowing our fiber highway available to other cities who may want to pursue CNET, and there's traffic going through our wires, I agree with Councilmember Schultz. I don't have a problem with that as long as we have no liability exposure.
The other thing, Tom, can you, because one of the items that was discussed, and it was relayed to me, had to do with Uponor. Uponor is in Apple Valley, and Uponor has a facility in Lakeville, right? And
As I understand
Uponor
it,
wanted
yes.
to use the CNET from their Apple Valley, from their Lakeville location to their Apple Valley.
They wanted to consider DBB assets
Yeah.
under the DBB
Yeah.
to connect to their facilities potentially. And that would involve at least two different member cities
Yeah.
to do that, in addition to, I believe, Dakota County
Yeah.
assets too. So that would be an example potentially of CNET. Now, as far as I know, that has not moved forward. But that.
Is it because we still are working through a lot of the policy and the procedural pieces?
Well,
Because
those
we
items
also
would
have to
have
do-
to be in place in order to
Yeah.
provide them
Yeah.
an
That's what I-
agreement
yeah.
of rates and liability requirements to move that forward. So as far as I understand, I have not heard anything about that moving forward. But that is also one of the challenges about not doing CNET currently right now, because there is no policy, final policy in place. There
Yeah.
is no system plan
Yeah.
that is finalized today. And so that's what the DBB board is really focused on trying to accomplish. They're also, under the joint powers, obviously trying to finalize the IRU agreement so that they can continue legally managing our assets on our behalf as part of the JPA.
Yeah.
And so with the additional information that we can bring back to them and get a response and see what can be accommodated.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, so Dan Keeley and then Dan Gustafson.
A couple questions for Kara. Is it
Coke.
Cook or Coke?
Coke.
It's
Coke. I am curious who the ISPs are that are presenting to you tomorrow. And then I really like your take, and I think we touched on this in our last meeting. Egan's venture into this didn't go so well. What is the DBB going to do differently than what Egan did to ensure that it doesn't lose a ton of money and fold one day too?
Sure, Madam Mayor, council members. The providers, because of everything that's been happening with COVID, we actually had to switch some of the timing for providers. So there are two providers that are presenting to the board in July, and that will be Charter and Velocity. And then in August, it will be Comcast and Arvig. And then tomorrow's meeting, we have the state of Minnesota, State Office of Broadband, that is our are presenting, but, invitations were sent to any providers that want to present at those meetings.
You said the state of Minnesota's broadband,
The Minnesota Office of Broadband Development will be presenting at tomorrow's DBB meeting.
they're not an ISP, are they?
No, they're not.
To just
No,
sort of
but
give
just
you
from
update
an
on
informational
state
standpoint.
broadband initiatives.
Correct.
and-
Correct, because they have, we're looking forward to the maps that they'll have for us that show, speeds and coverage for the state as well as specifically for the county,
Cool.
which will be applicable to the decisions, that the board decides to make.
Are these providers or these ISPs, are they coming to present, do you know what they're presenting? Are they presenting a desire to purchase wholesale broadband, or are they desire to just let you know what their desires are, their plans might be?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, council members, what they're presenting is information to the board about the services that they provide in Dakota County, potentially their coverage that they have, and also any partnerships that they feel that they could offer to the DBB as far as going forward. So I just want to reiterate, that the DBB is not going to be a retail provider of services. So I understand the philosophical argument about, government not being involved with the private sector. But really the goal of the DBB is to have those partnerships. And any future economic development or expansion to businesses or retail will rely on those partnerships with those private sector providers. We are not going to be that fiber to home provider. That really is the final leg of service. So
It never has been.
those partnerships will benefit, the private sector industries in this area who may want to look at an area, especially in areas that, I know that, Councilmember, you mentioned, further down south, there's maybe not an opportunity to provide service, but there potentially, if there's a business down there and a private sector provider would like to lease fiber, which is excess fiber that the DBB or DBB members have put in, there could be an opportunity then to expand that service. And again, that would rely on those private sector providers providing the service, not the DBB. We would simply be leasing the excess capacity in our lines that are used for the iNet to provide that service. And then to your second question, Egan is different than the DBB. The DBB fiber has, Egan's project was, they kind of went all into it. They have borrowed money for that. They said, this is what we're going to do. We're going to provide these services. Well, the DBB really, the network that we have, the current iNet, has been developed over multiple years.
That's right.
Particularly related to what Dakota County has been doing since the 90s, where they had their Dig Once initiative, where if they were digging up the road, they put fiber in. That's, that resulted in a significant cost savings because if most of the cost of putting fiber in is digging up the roads. And so if they're thinking forward, a lot of the members currently, right now with the board, over this last year, we met with members individually and said, where are there road projects or where are there projects that you think you are going to be installing fiber going forward? So it's not a one-time bonding, we need to make sure we make a profit, we need to pay this back. This is not that situation. We're basically, again, leveraging excess fiber that counties or cities have, the county or the cities have put in for their iNet purposes and using that to get a return on investment potentially that can offset some of those costs and then also support collaboration with the private sector and help them be successful as well. So it really is a partnership. The DBB cannot do CNET without those partnerships with the private sector.
Thank you.
Okay.
I might add that Egan also, they lit all their dark fiber, and they bought the equipment to do that, which cost them a small fortune. And they admittedly, when I talked to their city manager and IT people, said that they didn't really put a lot of effort into their marketing over there. But it was the lit fiber that caused the great expense over there, and that's what happened. This is not what we do. We'll light a fiber once somebody leases it from us, and,
Yep.
which is a big difference. But I did have a question, if I recall, I think I have it right. We don't do individual contracts for cities, do we? As far as what we're gonna do where Burnsville says no CNET, but Rosemont says, no, we're gonna do CNET. I mean, isn't it like all the contract together, or is it,
Right.
are you gonna do 9 or 10 individual contracts?
Madam Mayor, council members, the DBB board voted on an IRU template that has the language that includes the iNet and CNET as a network. And that was approved, and that's the template that is being sent to members to vote on and ratify or not. You know, should the city of Burnsville just say, we don't want to do CNET in our community? I mean, CNET projects are going to originate in cities, you know, so if the city of Burnsville to say, we don't believe in CNET, we don't want to do that, that could be something that the council would choose not to approve. We talked about fiber traffic going through the city of Burnsville. You know, that, if the question is about liability, Councilmember Keeley, I can definitely connect with our legal agent to verify any potential liability. But one of the costs of the DBB is operation and maintenance, and we have an operation and maintenance vendor, Logis, who does monitor that network, and any downtime that would happen, we would look to them to, you know, rectify that from a maintenance perspective. So it's not like city staff would have to come on and be involved in fixing that issue. You know, that would be a scenario where Logis would be responsible for those, making sure that service is up and maintained.
Follow
Dan
up on
Kay,
the-
yeah,
and-
Dan Kay and then Kara.
And that's a good point, Councilmember Gustafson. They kind of went
Yeah.
all in.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think the other part of their failure was they went all in and built all this government-funded broadband, and no one signed up. I mean, they had a handful of customers. I mean, it's like you open the store, and you got it all fixtured out, and you got all the products in there, and you had nobody come in. And the question is, why? Why didn't hundreds of businesses sign up for that service? And I think it's because the private sector was already fulfilling their needs, and there wasn't a need for government-owned fiber. There wasn't a market demand for it because the market demand had been satisfied by the private sector. I mean, I know it was, I don't know what marketing or what business analysts they went through to throw millions of dollars into infrastructure and build that when they had just a handful of customers show up and actually want the service. Somebody really blew that research, that market research, and led them down a path thinking, oh, if we build all this, they will come. And nobody showed up.
Yeah. And our fiber is dark until someone wants to buy it.
Yeah, I know ours is
yeah.
already in the ground. I said,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
the point is the retail side, right?
Sure,
Now, and I totally agree, you know, our in-ground is in-ground, right?
Is in-
We've already done that. We did it for our own
Yeah.
good reasons, right? Our own internal INET monitoring all our assets. But we're turning around and trying to open up a retail store selling the same thing Egan did. No one showed up for Egan's offering. So why would we think we would have a lot of people showing up and getting it from us? Egan's got a heck of an enviable commercial, you know, base, tax base of big commercial users. And they had just a handful of people actually want what the Egan had built and offered. So
Well,
do
we
think we're different? Are we gonna offer something so much better that,
Yeah.
and this goes, I'm having this hypothetical discussion. I am never going to, I mean, it's gonna take a lot for me to sign up for, yeah, let's get the government into the private sector's business. I have made that very clear since I ran for election in 2006. I am not a person who says the government should get into what the private sector already does. We only have a business of getting in there when they're not doing something, when there's market demand and no one's serving it. Hence the rural broadband, right? Those areas aren't being served by the private sector, and the government needs to step in with some grants or something. So for this to just be a question of, well, let's introduce us as a competitor so we can keep everybody else in the private sector on their toes. We don't need to. Again, going back to the market's being served by them. There isn't any demand here for this, quote, government solution for a CNET. So I think there's two lessons to be learned with Egan, how to do it, and really a big lesson on who did they hire to do the market research to decide to put millions into something that had no customers asking for it. And the evidence was there when they opened it up and offered it, and and everybody said, we're good, we don't need it. So I think on that retail side of our CNET discussion, I'm worried about that too. That's part of my concerns. Why would we even do it? I don't want to get in the private sector's business. Plus, he even just showed us there's no demand out there. I believe, personally, because the private sector providers have really done that massive infrastructure investment in fiber and speed, and we don't have that speed problem anymore. To Mr. Gustafson's point, there were some families that, you know, a certain amount of kids that couldn't get access. I don't think that was a lack of the product being offered in the marketplace. That was probably some other issues, financial access, or something else, because our city's covered extremely well with fast broadband in every block, in every home, in every business.
Okay, here's the cue. Kara, then Danji, then Vince.
I yield my time.
Okay, Danji?
I was just gonna ask, is there a cost to having this CNET if nobody comes forward?
No, there's not, I mean, we're talking about fiber that's already in the ground. Yes.
So the cost incurred would only happen if someone comes forward, and who shoulders that cost?
That if someone comes
If
forward,
someone came
then,
forward.
yeah, so then, I mean, there would be that, then that agreement with that private sector provider to lease lease the fiber, excuse me, would happen, with agreement would be created. But I think it's important to, yeah, recognize that if no one comes, that's, the cities and the members of the DBB are still, they've invested in this iNet fiber. It's there. We needed that anyway. So if nobody shows up to use the excess capacity in the ground, then,
There's no
There's-
cost to
there's
it,
no
'cause they're all
cost.
bundled anyways.
right, there's no cost to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Vince, and then your mother wants to speak.
Great.
That's not a nice way to put it.
Well, Commissioner Workman wants to speak.
Yield your
Yes.
time to your mom, please.
She'd have to show up for me to do that. I just have I'd like to know what the ISPs have to say about this, before I make a decision. And I'd like to make sure that any, carriers that work in Burnsville are there, and I believe Comcast,
Yeah.
Charter, and obviously Frontier.
Charter's not in Burnsville.
Harvick's here.
No.
Harvick.
Harvick's here.
Well, the ones that are
Charter is in
here,
Burnsville?
No, but Harvick is here.
Arvig, AR.
Yeah, yeah.
so they're
Yeah.
already at the table.
Yeah.
And then, it starts to feel like we have to pass the bill to see what's in the bill before this systems plan, is finalized. So I'd like to see what the systems plan, at least its trajectory is going to look like.
Yeah.
Cause there's just a lot of unfinished business here before, at least I'm comfortable making a final decision.
Okay. Commissioner Workman wants to speak. Is she on?
Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yeah. Good evening. I know you said not to ask for you to put on your camera, so.
That's right. And I'm, okay. Can you hear me, though?
Yes. Yeah, we
Because,
can hear you.
Being told I can't, no one can hear me. So I just want to double check before I start so I don't repeat myself. And to Councilmember Workman, geez, I'm really sorry that we're related right now. I appreciate the eye roll from you. So just a little bit of history as far as what the county discussion has been, because I'd like to do some correcting here. Initially, we agreed we have no problem with the iNet, and the initial conversation about the CNET was to serve those who are not currently being served or those who are currently being underserved. That was the whole conversation about CNET that was presented to the county board during one of our workshops. The school districts throughout the county can use the iNet, and all the school districts have been offered to use the iNet. Not all of them have taken it up, and I believe 191 is one of them who has not signed up to use the iNet. I want to correct something that Councilmember Gustafson said, that Dakota County has not made a decision to move forward under the new IRU. Like Burnsville, Dakota County asked that the CNET and iNet language be separated from the IRU. After that request was done or made, the new template that you've been talking about, instead of having iNet, CNET separated, it now mushed them together, and it's called Dakota Broadband Network. So like Burnsville, we also asked to have them separate because we're not so sure about the use of the CNET. And the DBB board did approve the new template, but it was not a unanimous vote by any means. So those are just the comments that I wanted to make and make some corrections to it because it felt like Councilmember Gustafson was saying that the county was moving forward on this when in fact, we have not. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Workman, for your input. So what I'm hearing, Council, to wrap this item up, is that let's get some more information, and let's ask the question if we can separate the INET from the CNET and the IRU, and see where that goes. But I'd like to hear back from the meeting with all of the providers that are going to be present.
Yeah,
Because the
absolutely.
better the information we have, the better the decisions we make. Because the thing that we need to make sure, for me, we have assets in the ground that we said that we'll try and recover some of the cost of it. And we did hire someone to do the content, to do the retail, and that was Frontier. They got that agreement with us. And so I'd like to see where all of this goes, because I don't like the fact that if we do CNET ourselves, then, Tom, you said we're going to need more staff and more cost is going to be added to it if we're going to really look at managing and servicing that dark fiber.
Increased staff time,
Yeah.
increased staff costs, and consulting costs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So those are the things that, I think when we talked about this back then, I said, one, I want to make sure that Burnsville recoups cost. I want weighted, because with the DCC, we had a very good system in place with our communications center. Others had centers that were together. But, we're a good player. And when we went into this, I said, I don't want Burnsville to lose any more money. I want Burnsville to make money, leverage it with all the other cities in the county so that we can get some revenue to help defray the cost of building the fiber in the ground. So, and it was an economic piece at that time, but let's hear from the folks who do this work. Is that okay?
Yeah, if I
Yeah,
may.
Kara, and then I'll go to Vincent and Dan. G.
So we're going to hear back from them, which means we'll be hearing back in August.
Yeah, well, because they have their meetings, well, you've got the meeting with the,
State Office of Broadband.
yeah, the State Office of Broadband, all
Tomorrow,
of the.
and then
the
July and
private
August,
sector
they're scheduled, yes.
Partners who deliver service. So it'll be August or September when I'd like to also understand where the county stands on all of this and how that IRU is going to be designed.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's excellent.
okay, so did you?
Yes, I want to.
Yeah.
I feel compelled to respond to our commissioner. The county and the CDA brought this forward. County is the major contributor to this thing, and the CNET was part of it as long as the INET, and I can show you all the paperwork if you like.
Yeah.
She can show you the paperwork, he can show you the paperwork.
Well, I
That's
remember
what
that
I said.
because they
As
came
of-
here,
As of just a
CDA.
few minutes ago, I didn't know whether the county was still with it or not. They have done nothing formal to say, we don't want this anymore. I wasn't aware that they apparently had done an INET deal. So I wasn't trying to put somebody in the wrong direction. I was just based on what we do. Just like our policy was to sell CNET when I get the DBB. I've never changed that policy until you guys say don't do it, then I will change that policy as the liaison. That's my job as the
That's right.
liaison.
Yeah.
But I just want to clarify that.
Okay. Dan Kay?
Question, do you know who Egan used to do their research?
I don't know off,
Who did the DBB use to do theirs?
Design 9.
9-9? That sounds familiar. Wasn't that Egan's resource?
I'm not quite sure if that was, but we did use as far as DVB Design 9, but
Yeah, I think that was in our previous meeting, that name rings a bell.
Okay.
That's the firm that was hired in 2014 for the seat by the CDA.
And clearly, this is in their space. I just
Yep.
think their Egan situation was, man, somebody got snowballed really badly.
Okay. Staff, everybody, more information, right? Okay.
Yes.
Future
Okay.
meeting.
Melanie, staff, okay?
Yep. We
You
have
got the
direction.
directions?
Yep.
Moving
you.
forward.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Carrico, for coming.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So before we get to the fire station, we have an update from our police chief, no?
Madam Mayor and
Yes.
Council, because we have guests here, I would suggest we do the fire station update.
Okay,
um,
yeah, okay,
And then, I'm looking at my agenda here real quick, I apologize.
yeah.
And then the Ames
I-
Center,
I
and
just-
then
yeah.
the chief.
Okay,
So,
so we'll, okay, so the next item is the Fire Station 1 replacement project update, and we're going to be seeing some virtual design elements of this fire station, so I've been looking forward to this. Okay.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm excited to have the opportunity to provide you an informational update on the latest on our Fire Station Number 1 project. Joining me this evening are two of our team members from C&H Architects. I'll be introducing those two individuals shortly, and then they'll be taking you through the bulk of the presentation. Before I turn this over to them, I just want to give our audience a quick history on this project. As you all recall, back in 2015, we did a space study analysis. That study produced a three-phase process. Phase 1 was the highest priority of a remodel renovation of our police department with some work being done in City Hall, and we completed that in the fourth quarter of 2018. I was pleased to get a few months off before staff then jumped course to the replacement of our fire station project, which we started doing early in 2019 with some basic planning. Had the opportunity in the fourth quarter of 2019 to bring on our construction manager, Kraus Anderson, and our architect, C&H Architects, to join our core city team. And so this group has been working collaboratively since December of 2019 to keep this project on schedule and on budget. And I just have, again, appreciate the opportunity to be able to share once again the progress on this project. We were last here in April to talk about what we had accomplished through schematic design. And now we get to see tonight some of the exciting things you referenced, Mayor, with the design detail that goes into filling these spaces. And we just appreciate the opportunity to share with both you, the council, and our community the latest on this project. So with that said.
Before you introduce them, because I forgot to introduce you, Garrett Beck. So everybody watching, know that this is our Director of Parks, Recreation, and Facilities, and he manages our projects. So thank you, Garrett. Okay, now you can introduce our guests.
All right, thank you. Real quickly, again, just covered, we have our planning team formation. We did our 9 guiding principles, and we were here in April. So joining me this evening are Quinn Hudson and Brooke Jacobson, and I'm going to turn it over to them and let them share some of the excitement that we've been up to.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Quinn Hudson. I'm principal at C&H Architects. I'm going to cover some of the introductory and background information, give us some updates, and let Brooke have the fun of sharing some of the videos. I will start by also apologizing that I have 2 council commitments tonight, so I'll be covering my part and then letting Brooke move on as I move on to the next council meeting. So, first of all, we talked about, Garrett mentioned the guiding principles. We have 9 guiding principles that we are basing on, and I'm going to kind of organize my presentation around those. First one is functional, And what I'd like to comment on that is that certainly as we're going through this design process, we've developed a lot of elements that make the project long-term, allowing for multi-use of space, some expansion areas where we see that long-term that might be needed, as well as designing for a very durable and long-lasting building. So that was definitely one of the goals, as well as using a lot of the best practices in the national fire station design arena. One of those, first off, is, and here we're hitting another principle, safety and health. So one of those is designing where we're separating carcinogens and other toxins, and it's usually looked at as a hot-cold separation. The diagrams on your screen are kind of breaking it up, into the hot, which is the apparatus, support, decon areas where they're cleaning after coming back. The blue areas are offices, meeting areas, as well as residential areas. But there's a lot more than that to just that, carcinogen and toxin. It's really extensive HVAC controls, positive pressures in the right areas, appropriate materials and transitions. There's a lot that goes into that, but that's certainly part of what the design includes. Additional safety and health items. One of the first ones we're listed here is more physical and mental health. The startle response reduction is one of the things we look at and we incorporate in the design. Now that's where, particularly a nighttime call comes in, a firefighter may be sound asleep, the call comes in, so now the lights slowly ramp up, the tone slowly graduates up. Same thing happens as they transition down to the apparatus, each space gets a little bit brighter. So we're conscious to help that, to prevent that startle of the high, bright lights or loud sound. Mental health is also something, and the note there should say quiet relaxing, not quite relaxing. So I apologize for that. But quiet relaxing spaces, both inside and out, have been included in the design so that a firefighter that needs to have some time to kind of decompress after a significant event, they can have that opportunity to do that. And that's probably, one of the more cutting edge areas in the next step in fire station design is looking at mental health, ways to really improve and support the firefighter through that. Other things we look at is, sound isolation, so they can sleep well, of course, a big part, an important part. And I also listed here circadian lighting, which is doing things with the lighting that support the natural rhythms of the body so that it maximizes the sleep that the firefighters can get. Also in the safety and health arena, there's physical fitness that we certainly look at. There's a fitness room in here as well as exterior fitness patio. So there's a lot of opportunities for the firefighters to stay in good shape and support the needs that they will have when they go out on the sites. And then finally, in the safety and health is firefighter training features. There are quite a few things that we're designing into the fire stations. That's been a kind of a best practice in the last 4 or 5 years to incorporate areas where they can train on site with being available to respond if a call comes in, so they're right, it's not distracting from the important goals of responding, but they can practice these things right in the station. So we're looking at it. The example, the picture on the right there is just from the apparatus bay up to a second level mezzanine area, having some openings that they can practice ladder rotations and safety drills, through things like that. And those types of things are incorporated in the design. Welcoming and placemaking is another one of our key items that we are identified in the beginning of the project that we wanted to focus on that. So some of the things we're looking at is we're developing an image of the exterior of the building that, first of all, supports a landmark. It's an interesting and vital aesthetic that says fire station as well as is something that creates a sense of place within the fabric of the city of Burnsville. More as we get closer, more internally welcoming, we have a clear public entrance. We will make it real obvious for those visitors that are going to the fire station, first of all, where to safely enter and flow around the site, but also where the front entrance is and make that a welcoming and opening event. There's also shared community space within the fire station, large training areas and some meeting rooms, all appropriately separated from the more firefighter side of the station. And finally, we developed a area that is prepared for a placemaking competition that will be developed, where there'll be some special focusing specific for the site. Sustainable and efficient were other categories that we wanted to focus on. I wanted to comment that we've, from the beginning, have looked for opportunities to develop a very sustainable fire station design. We use the lead guidelines to evaluate and check through things that we can do, but we're not looking at being certified. That's an extra step in cost that doesn't change the actual result. But we're looking at areas that have long-term impact and benefit to the city and the firefighters. So examples of that are listed here: high-efficiency mechanical units, energy-saving lighting, use of the actual lights being used. We're looking at using stormwater off the roof to be saved and then irrigate landscaping. So that reduces water usage and reduces flow of water off-site as well. And then, of course, anytime that we're looking for opportunities for multi-use space, that's a sustainable feature just in itself, because you're not building more space to meet the same needs.
So you're storing the water from underground then?
Yes, in a tank
Yeah, in the
underground,
tanks
and would
underground.
be used from there.
Oh, nice.
And then fiscal responsibility, of course, another important guiding principle. First of all, the proposed project is under budget and within that range of the goals. The extensive, and I also want to mention, we're doing a lot along with the construction manager across Anderson. We are independently doing cost estimates, and then we sit down together and kind of work them together and come to an agreed upon budget. So there's a lot of people looking at and a lot of input into where the budgets are each time we do a check. And then in between the checks, Cross Anderson is continuously updating based on new decisions that are made, so that there's always an ongoing budget process as well. And then finally, we've identified alternates within the design of the building of things that will give us some flexibility at bid date to also provide additional cost control. So with that, again, I'm going to apologize for needing to head out, and I'm going to turn it over to Brooke, who will go through some of the image things and share some of those stuff.
Well, thank you so much for being with us
Yep.
and for walking us through this, so thank you.
You bet.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Madam Mayor and council members, as Quinn said, I kind of get to show you the fun part of the project, to see what it looks like from the exterior and the interior. So this is a couple of images. We have an exterior image and an interior image. Our exterior is set. You've kind of seen that before. We have an exterior rendering video walkthrough that we'll show, and then we have a couple of interior videos to share with you. We're still currently in the process of working through the exact materials, so this isn't the final, but this is a good representation of the direction that we're heading. So just to show you, the next slide will be the video, but just to share with you the path that we'll be taking so you can kind of understand as we walk through. We'll start at the very bottom of the screen at that dashed yellow line as we enter into the drive that leads into the parking lot. We'll circle through the parking lot looking at the main entrance, which is the public side and admin side of the building. And then from there, we'll wrap around the west side of the building, parallel with Newton Avenue, and we'll then view the apparatus bays from the front, and then we'll work our way around to the back side of the building. You'll see that as well. And then, do I have to hit it? Yeah. Okay, I got it. Thank you. So you can see as we enter in through the drive, we're heading towards the main entrance on the public and admin side of the building.
You need music.
Brooke, can you sing?
No, I can't.
Start humming, Garrett.
So there's the kind of overall main image of the public side of the building. And now we'll move to the south along the west facade, and we'll start to view the apparatus bays.
What kind of ground cover?
That's
planting?
grass,
Huh?
that sodded area with plantings right there.
Oh, okay.
So there you can see the 6 apparatus bays with our main front tower element.
Question, Chief. Is there any reason to believe
Yeah.
we would need more bays than what we're building into this current building?
Councilmember Keeling, Mayor and Council, I don't believe so. I think we've really made this for the future. And, you know, I mean, this is a good sized station, and I think if we were to outgrow this, we'd be looking at an additional station or some other type of arrangement. I think you'd be getting too far from the living quarters if you were trying to put more bays on here, would be the next problem.
And let's not forget that we still have to do Fire Station 2. So some additional vehicles can be done there.
Is there
It's-
room for expansion at number 2 for any additional bays if it was needed?
Madam Mayor, Council, that's a pretty tight site at that station too. It's tight as it is, so I'll be interested when we work with the architects on that one to see what we can come up with.
I'm thinking 30, 40 years from now when MRQ is built out and there's more, maybe there's a
And the
third fire station
corridor.
up there.
The
Yeah,
42 corridor that
Yeah,
we're
and
working
all of
on.
those homes and all that, which this one will serve nicely, but if MRQ builds out 40 years from now with a lot of buildings and residences and businesses, there may be an indication for a third station up there. Maybe.
Well, let's see where the mutual aid,
Yeah, from Bloomington to jump across and get to MRQ.
So that was our exterior video. Now we'll move into our interior videos. The first one will be the public portion of the building. So we will walk through the front entranceway into the lobby space, and then from there into the community room / EOC training room. So as we enter the main entrance, we have a display case of the history of Burnsville on the side. And then this is our main lobby area. And this is the large community room, also utilized for
nice.
EOC and training.
Natural
nice
light.
that it's open to the outside.
Yes, we have an exterior patio right off of there, so in between sessions, break times, people can go out on the patio.
Yeah, very nice.
Our next video is to look at the administrative side of the building. So we'll enter in through their side entrance and into their kind of main workroom gathering space area. Our next video is more of the station office side of things. So the firefighter workroom will come down the hallway where the captain's offices are, head into the firefighter workroom, and then from there head into the apparatus bay. So this is the firefighter workroom where they'll spend a good portion of their day when they're not answering calls.
I'm taking this is all going to be wired for internet and everything, because I don't see that there now, but it will be.
Yes.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the council, there'll be 9 computer workstations in there that you just don't see on the video.
Okay.
And then our last video is the second floor of the station, which is considered the residence area. So this video will start as we come up the stairs from downstairs. We'll walk through the day room and then into the dining room and kitchen with a final look out at the patio on the second floor. So that's the end of the fun portion of the evening. Next, our project schedule, just from where we're at right now, we'll be issuing bid package 1, which is the site work and foundations and some of the main steel items for the building so that we can get into the ground as soon as possible. So that's set to go out on July 10th. And then with the bid date on July 28th, from there, we'll be wrapping up bid package 2, which would be the rest of the building, so the main architectural, mechanical, electrical portions of the building. And that is set to go out on August 5th with the bid date of August 27th. And then with that first bid package 1, we're looking at a construction start of September 15th then. And then our projected occupancy at this time is October of 2021.
Thank you very much. Very nice. I'm so happy, Chief, that finally firefighters will have a building that they live there so many hours, and that they have a building that they can rest, relax, and go out and do the work that they do in protecting and making sure the property and of our residents, of businesses are protected. So thank you. Finally, they don't have to sleep in a sick building. Yeah, you all are going to just be really happy for me not to keep saying that.
Madam Mayor and
Yeah.
Council, if I may, I would like to add that Kraus Anderson and CNH and our communications department have a website for this project now. And so a lot of the history of the project and all the information and the videos to date are going to be appearing on that. So the community can stay connected to this project. And then as we meet major milestones, that'll be updated. As construction takes place, we'll be providing videos and things like that along the way to keep the community connected. As you can imagine, it's been a little bit of a challenge with the things going on with COVID-19 to engage the community, but we want to continue to make sure that they're feeling that they can be a part of the project as well.
You know, that's good, because one of the things that I've noticed, and Melanie, I think I'll have this conversation with you. So police has a Twitter page, and they put out a lot of things that they're doing. But our fire doesn't have that kind of media. So this would help people to know what we're doing and so forth. So it'll be good to see fire having a Twitter page and a Facebook page, and then people know if they don't go to our website, there's another avenue that they can learn about all the things that we're doing. Because it was really nice to see all the postings from police and all the things that they're doing, especially when they rescued those ducks. Everybody loved it. I mean, there was just so much traffic on that, so we can.
Madam Mayor, this will be part of our overall city website, and we'll be pushing it out through a variety of ways. So,
Okay.
absolutely.
Oh, good, thank you. Okay.
Who runs the Burnsville Professional Firefighters page?
That's their union, that's a union page.
Oh.
Yeah.
They
It's
do a
not
good job.
connected to us.
Oh.
No.
They share a lot of our stuff.
Yeah. Well, they share the union stuff and stuff.
That's because our stuff is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it's great. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Nice work. Okay. Okay. So, we also have, we're sandwiching an update from our police chief into our agenda, and it'll be number 4. We're going to have the update now from the Ames Center, and then our police chief will give us an update, and then we'll go to the 5-year financial plan. Okay. Ames Center update. Mr. Brian Luther.
All right.
Jill's going to disinfect for you.
Oh, is he? Okay, sorry.
Wipe this off.
Thanks, Michelle. Right, just push that way, back and forth on the slides. So just back and forth on the slides. Perfect.
Welcome, Brian.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good
Yeah.
evening, City Council members. Thank you for having me come tonight and present and give an overview of our Ames Center operations right now. It's been, obviously, there's a lot going on with COVID-19 to discuss with our recovery, our response, and the future. But before we go forward on that, I want to just take a quick minute just to kind of discuss 2019 and give a couple highlights there. I think it's important for us to look at not only where we're going in the future as we blaze our trail to figure out our next steps here as we plan reopen and recovery, but to look back to where we are and where we want to get back to. So I will start there tonight. The Ames Center 2019 was another great year for us. We saw a lot of growth in many areas. We had a very strong operating profit of over $105,000. That was an increase of about $30,000 from prior year and $80,000 over budget. So we're really in a position as we get into 2020 to see continued growth, at least sustainability, but probably see some growth within that number as well too. Our annual attendance was just over 167,000, almost 168,000. And that number was down just a little bit from prior years, but I attribute some of that just to we did reduce our capacity in the Black Box Theater a little bit. So with the success of our Troop America partnership for church basement ladies and Lutherans, one of the projects we did to improve that experience was to put new seating and new risers in, which did drop our capacity by about around 35 chairs per performance. So we did see a little bit of a drop. However, received some great responses on that. In addition, we did upgrade some of our audio and lighting infrastructure with some with new lighting console and new audio consoles to help us continue to stay modern within the touring world and through our infrastructure, still working with original equipment. And one of the other items that just continues to be something that's very impressive for me, at least, is we have 72% of our ticket buyers are outside the South Metro area. So we're seeing people come in from the outside, and we'll attribute a good portion of this to a lot of our bus groups that are coming in for Troop America presentations. So we did see that continue, which we're very pleased with. So obviously we know we want to get back to having the volume of patrons through our doors when the time is right, but I just wanted to share those numbers from 2019 with everyone and the public too. So COVID-19, we obviously going into a very strong year in 2020. We had beginning on March 13th was our first day of closure for the Ames Center, and we've been closed since then. Our scheduled reopening date at this point is June 30th. Now, all of that is still up in the air. We're working very close with city staff to determine what is going to work, also with the state of Minnesota guidelines, which I'll get through here in just a little bit. But we're putting together our preparedness plan. That's been something we've done since the beginning of when this started with the information we have, and obviously that is changing considerably as days go by. So pretty much on a day-by-day basis, we're looking at that. One of the positive points when we started reaching out to our clients immediately after the closure is that we're able to get a lot of our second quarter programming consisting of dance competitions and some concerts pushed into third quarter, so into July and August and a few into September. They're very willing to work with us and to postpone their typical timeframes to work there, so that was very, very encouraging for us to know that we could still move forward with those when we did reopen, or if we were going to open at that point. We did move all of our staff to work remotely initially, and we were working on projects externally. And at that point, we were able to, next slide, to work on securing some PPP loans. So the Paycheck Protection Program loans, we were actually eligible. Our company, VenueWorks, does set up separate LLCs for each market that we serve in, which is just under 25 markets. And because of that, we were able to take advantage of this, which was able to take our full-time staff and our payroll and utility expenses, and that was covered by those loans by VenueWorks of Burnsville LLC. That was not a City of Burnsville cost, so that was a tax savings to the City of Burnsville, which we're very pleased. And I've got to hand it to the team and give our CFO, Tim Sullivan, and Mike Peel, our controller, a tremendous amount of credit. They were, once the loans were announced, they were working with people within the government to be able to get what we could as fast as possible. And so we were able to secure those within the first round. That savings just in utilities and payroll was over $107,000. So very pleased to do that. When we did get our staff moved into being covered by VenueWorks of Burnsville LLC, we're also able to utilize some savings to the City of Burnsville above that by repositioning some of our staff within city departments. I had 3 staff members that worked at the golf course full-time to assist there, and then we had 1 staff member who worked probably about a 75% capacity within the communications department. So there's still some work to balance on our side. So we're very pleased that we're able to get that done. The unfortunate side to it, those loans were for an 8-week time frame, and even with the extension that came up late last week that was signed in by our president, it was not where we were. We're not able to extend that any further because of the way the spending was set up. We did have to make a difficult decision a couple of weeks ago to move forward with some staff furloughs for our full-time staff, and so that took an effect. It was our first week. Now, at the point when we made the decision, there was a lot of uncertainty of when we'd be able to open up. We really didn't have a way. We felt it was fair for us to fund staff at this point. We felt furlough was the best possible solution versus layoffs. We want to bring our staff back as fast as we can. They're ingrained in this community. They do a tremendous job for our business, and we want them to be back as soon as we can get them back. And so I just want to publicly thank them for their service, their professionalism with this was just second to none, and it was very tough for us. And so our plan is to get them back to work as soon as we're able to reopen at a capacity that warrants the staff, and that again is kind of up in the air. So we're trying to target when those timeframes are going to be, when it's necessary for reopening and also for the event load and how we're managing our event load at this point. So that segues into our current reopening strategy. Now, this is current as of today, and it can change tomorrow. So we have been really
understand.
Yes, and
Just changes
I know everyone does.
decisions.
So we could walk out tonight and something new could come up. But as we were saying goodbye to our staff and tying up loose ends last week with our team members, we found out late on Friday that facilities of our nature, which are in the seated entertainment and meeting venues, capacity of 1,000 or less, we fall into that. And the state has issued those guidelines, which we reviewed very fast on Friday afternoon through the weekend, and have done immediate client outreach to all the users of the space. And we're still in that process right now, but we've received some good feedback. And interestingly enough, from some of our dance competition promoters who feel that they could operate at a limited capacity, which we did not expect that. And as we were able to give them the criteria of these guidelines, there was discussion saying we can operate with audiences of 250 or less. This does not impact the artist, performers, personnel. So of looking at the guidelines and how we have to maintain in the backstage and public areas of putting, assembling a plan to facilitate that for them, even though it's not at the level it was, they can still operate at a capacity to fulfill their obligations to their dance studios. And we're still waiting to hear back from our dance studios to determine their reopening strategies because they have not been able to operate either. So if they can operate, then they can take the next step and compete. So those discussions are taking
So you're still going to
place.
see how you can get those dance competitions back for this year?
We're going to do our best, and we're going to look at the plan and make
Yeah.
sure it makes sense. So it is really just aligning those plans and seeing what can work. And really they have to agree to it, and we have to put that together mutually and make sure it adheres to the guidelines, and it's something for all of us. But I was very encouraged to hear that, at least. And I think the main thing that came out of Friday is exciting to see that we have guidelines now. We can't facilitate all of our events, but those that we can, we really have to approach individually on an event-by-event basis and do the best we can to facilitate those. So that's the process we're in now, and we'll have more details on that as the days go on and put those plans in place, but I think it was just very encouraging to be able to get that.
Yeah, oh my God.
So that takes us to our financial forecast. It's kind of challenging as we're putting together financial forecasts, and this is multiple, we've done multiple versions of it.
Yeah.
Really looking at, in a sense, a best case or worst case scenario. And looking with limited information we had regarding a July reopening, went through our revenues and expenses, and we're around a $244,000 operating loss. This is a best case scenario as we see today, and it is still a conservative best case scenario. Taking some of the final numbers we had from May, plugging them into the January reopening, this scenario shows no more events taking place the rest of the year, and that's still operating at a very bare minimum level. Gets us to about $362,000 in that range. Now, these numbers, as time goes on, we'll continue to look at them closer, but it gives us a range of kind of where we will be this year, and obviously we want to do the best we can. If we see a second round of COVID-19 come back into play, we have to defer more to the January reopening because we just don't know if we open and have to do another shutdown, what that could be. But I think at least gives us a range as we stand today of where we are.
So this is January 2021?
Yes. So if we're essentially dormant for events through the end of the year.
Because I've had some inquiries about the Christmas program.
Mm-hmm.
People now have traditions that
Oh,
they
yeah.
put into place.
Absolutely. And
Like the Nutcracker is
Oh,
what
yes.
I kept hearing about.
Yes, and we have Nutcracker, we have strong holiday programming, and it's very busy, and of course, we're working with those clients too to determine what where we are with things, and our focus now is kind of within the next 1 to 3 month time frame, because those are more the immediate needs. Dance competitions can only go so far into the year before they have to say we're going just to next year. But we are going to continue to work with those clients. And our hope is that we see an increase in capacity and the restrictions start working more in our favor to get to the point of December where we might be in more of a normal situation with that. So our future right now, number one, is we're preparing and adapting for new COVID-19 business operating procedures, and that's on a daily basis. We are starting now our 2021 budget and business strategy. Programming is a continuing project, and we're still obviously in 2020, but working all the way into 2022 right now with our programming and then capital improvement projects that we can do during this time frame, also through the end of the year. So that's our update.
Thank you. And
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
looks good. Any comments? Yeah, Dan Kay.
Well, I just want to compliment you, Brian, that this is a challenging time for all businesses because everyone was affected by the pandemic. When you're dealing with a business and you're booking hundreds of different performances, acts, promoters, et cetera, it really makes your job very difficult. So I appreciate everything you've done, and I'm hoping that July 1st will happen. It sounds like under the current EO, it will, and you can find acts that can fit that to get some revenue going. And let's just pray there's no second outbreak, and you can just keep rolling and getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And yeah, it is about, try and lessen the loss, but it is what it is. It's just maximizing those opportunities, and you've proven yourself over the years to be the best person that has ever sat in that chair and ran that building for this city. And so if anybody's gonna make it happen, you will. I appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you, Councilman Keeley.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brian.
You're welcome.
We really
Thank you.
appreciate taking care of that asset. It's a big asset for the city, so
It
thank
is.
you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're
Yeah.
welcome. Thank you. for
Anybody
your
else?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in,
Appreciate
and
your
I
time
think the
today.
community, enjoys because they watch. If they don't watch live, they stream, because I hear about it. So, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Mayor, may I?
yes.
Motion for a 5-minute recess.
Absolutely, you
Thank
can.
you.
We will now take a 5-minute recess and then come back.
Drink a little water, then you gotta go.
This may be the new work session
We,
setup.
we are now reconvened, and thank you, everybody, for getting back. We are now going to be hearing from our chief of police, and she'll be giving us an update.
Yes.
Chief Tanya Schwartz.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you. I'm just going to give you guys a brief update. Obviously, with the tragic death of George Floyd and the events that have unfolded in Minneapolis, we've gotten a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions people have about our policies and the 8 can't wait policies related to that. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share what we're doing, what our policies are, what our training is, and how that relates to these specific 8 policies. So the 8 Can't Wait, it's a project by Campaign Zero, so really looking at police reform, ending police violence, and a variety of other things as well. And so those 8 policies that you see there have been on a social media campaign to look at all of those things: chokeholds, de-escalation, warning before shooting, all of those alternatives there that they want to require reporting on. So what I'm going to do is just kind of go through our policies and then explain what we're doing around these things, and certainly answer any questions that you guys have. So just before I do that, we use Lexipol policy. So that is a platform, an online policy program, and that provides us guidance, training, and their mission is to do that around preservation of life. So that is something that we implemented, the Burnsville Police Department implemented fully in 2014. We used to have policies where we would just try to write policies on our own, and it's really difficult to keep up on state mandates, federal mandates, and things like that. So we went to this platform. So it's based on all the latest state-specific statutes and case law, and then around best practices, and offers a lot of other things on their platform in terms of online training or daily training bulletins that can be sent out to officers that give them scenarios to kind of go through as well. So also tips and webinars that come with the platform. And again, we will get notifications if there's a state mandate, a federal mandate, something that changes in the state that triggers us to go, okay, we need to relook at this policy. They will send us the best practices, and then we can accept those and push those out to people electronically, so we're getting that information much quicker. So that's sort of our high-level policy platform. So one of the first things in the 8 Can't Wait is banning chokeholds. So just so you guys know, many of these all fall under our use of force policy. So we have lots of policies. We have 145 policies. We have over 600 pages of policy. So the main areas where these are falling is under our use of force policy. So what that means, we note carotid control. So that is where any time that you would be pressing on someone's neck or trying to do that. We don't use chokeholds. We don't train for that. We don't allow that kind of restraint to control anyone. The only way that we would allow that is if it was a deadly force situation. So, and that is governed by state statute, deadly force. And that would mean, for those of you that don't know, if you are in a situation where it would be apparent great bodily harm or death to you or to someone else. So to save a life is essentially where the deadly force statute lies. So, and then just a note in there as well that we train and we do this. We do not use any other force besides what force is necessary to gain compliance. So you'll see that as we begin to as I talk about all the other policies that we're going through with the 8 Can't Wait. So that is our policy related to chokeholds and strangleholds. So we don't train like that. We don't train to put our knee on anyone. That's just not what we do. One of the second items on the 8 Can't Wait is the requiring of de-escalation. So this is really falls under a lot of different policies, a lot of different training, and really around our culture. So our training policies, our use of force policies, our crisis intervention policies, we have a crisis negotiations team, and then really around our mission, who we are, our core values, our alignment with procedural justice, and really how we hire people and the sort of people that we want to hire. So, so in our training base, we do a wide range of reality-based training, scenario-based training. And so within that, you have force situations, but you also have situations where you're not, you're trying to talk someone down, you're trying to de-escalate so that you're not ever using force, and you can get voluntary compliance, and we do that on a regular basis. So we want officers to have successful outcomes in their reality-based training where people comply and they don't need to use force. So that is an important piece of our training. We also receive training in a lot of different areas. Some of this is mandated by the post board, the licensing board, and then some of it is just extra training that we do on our own, and we do a lot of training on our own as well. But we receive training in conflict management, mediation, crisis intervention, mental health, de-escalation, implicit bias, all of those different things. So that's just sort of high level on some of the training. Other things, just so you can kind of in your mind understand when officers go on calls, some of the things they're thinking about so that they can control a scene or get someone to de-escalate, or some of these things I mentioned here. And it's a lot of things because it really just depends on the situation. But we want them to be able to be thinking about who are they encountering, what is the emotional state of the person, what is the mental state, are they able to understand? You know, they're trying to take all this information as they're getting to a scene. We want them to be employing tactics that are going to preserve the safety of everyone that's involved. We want them to use conflict resolution and de-escalation techniques. We want them to try to stabilize the incident as much as they can so then they can have that communication and try to have a safe resolution to whatever the situation is that they're responding. So again, always looking at what other alternatives can we apply besides force, and then in doing that, we train them to think about time, distance, and cover. So finding a place if it seems like a dangerous situation, can you be behind cover? Can you talk to someone? Can you disengage, get some distance, get some time, try to bring things down on a level to get that compliance. So that de-escalation kind of falls into our entire sort of culture of who we are and the training concepts that we have. Requiring warning before shooting. So, switch my glasses, sorry. So this also would fall under our use of force and deadly force policies. And again, we're trained in reality-based training to give verbal warnings unless it's not possible. So in the event we could not give a warning right away because maybe it's an ambush situation, maybe it's whatever that sort of situation where you wouldn't be able to say drop your weapon or drop your gun or drop your knife. We train to do that, but we also know there may be a situation where they're not going to have an opportunity to give a verbal warning. So there is no absolute requirement to do that before a deadly force encounter. Now, again, here they're trained to seek cover, distance, time whenever possible and de-escalate. And they are trained to give verbal warnings, and we do that for other non-lethal use of force. So for example, to de-escalate a situation, if you think, okay, this person isn't complying and we may need to use a taser. So we will give warnings. You know, we need you to comply or you're gonna be tased. Or you can put a red dot from the taser on someone so they can see like, okay. And so you're constantly trying to utilize the technology to get them to comply. So there are a lot of situations that we give warnings. We really give warnings all the time, but there is that situation in a deadly force encounter where you might not have an opportunity to do that. And then really the purpose of the warning is to make sure, to give the individual a reasonable opportunity to try to comply. And we train that way too. So, give them time, see if they're hearing you, see if they're understanding you, what is their ability to comprehend what you're asking them to do. So again, a lot of our training, this isn't like sitting and writing stuff down, we're doing reality-based scenario training. So again, we want the officers to be successful in this, and the goal is to never have to use force on people. We don't want to have to use force on people. In regards to requiring exhausting all alternatives before shooting was another one on the 8 can't wait. So again, this would fall under our deadly force policy. And officers understand use of force. The use of deadly force is clear. And, shooting a firearm, that's a deadly force situation. So they understand, they're trained to use the minimal amount of force necessary in any situation that they come upon and before shooting. So everything is sort of judged on this reasonableness factor. So officers shall use the amount of force that's reasonably necessary in whatever situation that they're encountering. Given whatever facts they're encountered with, given whatever the circumstances are, they're taking that all in. And so it's from their perspective. They're trying to figure out, okay, what level of force do I need to use based on everything that's happening all around me? And so those can be really tense circumstances. They can be rapidly evolving. Those things can change really quickly, so they're taking in a lot of information. And so when we're judging that and we're looking at that, that has to be judged from the perspective of the officer at the time who is in that incident. So that is how those things are judged, because they may have to make a split-second decision. And that's guided by U.S. Supreme Court case law. So that's how they're judged at a criminal level. So that's how we look at it when we're looking at what they're doing and the decisions that they're making. And that's how we train them. And again, I'll say, no one wants to have to use a deadly force encounter. No one wants to have to shoot anyone. So that's our mentality when we train. We don't want to have to do that. Duty to intervene was another 8 can't wait. So in our policy, again, this falls under use of force. And any officer that observes or sees another officer using excessive use of force or force that's clearly beyond what would be expected in that situation, they shall intervene. When they're in a position to do so, they shall intervene. And again, this also is an area where the officers, excuse me, sorry, I lost my spot here. Okay, and then the other piece to that in our policy is that if they do observe that, if they do see an officer doing something that they're not supposed to do that exceeds the force that is needed to control the situation, they need to report that to a supervisor as well. So they have to report that, and they have to intervene. And we train them to do that. So that's the policy on it. It's called duty to intercede in our policy, and on 8 can't wait, it's duty to intervene, but basically the same thing. And then number 6, ban shooting at moving vehicles. So this again falls under our use of force, our deadly force, shooting from moving vehicles. That is also not allowed unless the circumstances would allow for a deadly force situation again. So if it is a situation where someone's driving a vehicle through fire muster or something where it becomes a deadly force situation where innocent people are going to be run over or killed or something like that, then it would be allowed. Now, officers have to take in all that information and think, okay, what is happening around me? What are the risks of that? It can't just be that one thing. They have to think about what else is going around. So again, those happen really quickly. Those can be really intense situations and evolve quickly. So those are not allowed unless it's a deadly force situation. We do encourage officers in a situation like this to, if it's possible, to move out of the way of a vehicle. So if a vehicle is coming at them, maybe it's not in the middle of anything, can they get out of the way? Can they do that? And then if they have to employ that deadly force or shoot at a vehicle, then they have to do that. But is there something else they can do to avoid that, depending on what the situation is? So much of this really revolves around what is the situation they're encountering and what is the risk to public safety and other lives that are in the area. And that would be the same things, firing at and firing from a moving vehicle as well. So both of those areas we cover in that. And again, that would be a deadly force situation as well. So we don't train to do that, to have people firing from their vehicles. It's inherently dangerous, and you have to think about, what is going on around you and the possibility that someone else could be an innocent person or someone else could be injured or killed. So again, that would fall under deadly force. So that's the highest restricted level that we have with the state statute. So the use of force continuum. So this would fall under our use of force policy as well, and then all of our factors that we use to determine the reasonableness of force. So we used to have a use of force continuum, and many years ago, many law enforcement agencies went away from the actual paper use of force continuum that we would use in classrooms. So what we look at is our use of force training, our curriculum, our philosophy is based on objective reasonableness. And again, so what force is reasonable based on what the officer is encountering at the time. So, and again, this is the standard that the officers are judged on in court at a criminal level. So we've taken that continuum, which is this linear concept where, you know, you interact with someone and then you kind of move up the next level of force. And what we really looked at is you don't know what level of force you're going to come into. So you have to, you go to whatever level of force that's being presented to you at the time. So if someone's got a gun out at you, you don't necessarily, depending on what the situation is, aren't going to be able to right away talk to them. You have to get safe, you have to get time, you have to get distance. So it's training the officers to think about what am I encountering right now and what level of force do I need to employ to get the situation under control. So it doesn't always start at this level. Sometimes it might be up here depending on what you're encountering or what the situation is. Excuse me. So just so you understand, when we do that reality-based training, that's scenario-based, so we're doing that training in groups, and we try to make it as realistic as we can. Specific to de-escalation, we employ the same concepts that are on the continuum in terms of verbal and other less lethal, all the way working up to firearms or a deadly force situation. But we train officers to, again, use their verbal skills. How can you slow things down? Is there an opportunity to do that? Because again, we want to try to get control of the situation and then be able to say, okay, how can we help this person? What can we bring to the situation that is going to make sure that everyone involved is safe? So, and we want to allow that time for people to comply if we can. And sometimes we can come into a really dangerous situation, but be able to use less lethal force than deadly force. So by a use of force continuum, you could almost say someone comes into a deadly force situation, someone's pointing a gun at you. So by the continuum, you could use deadly force right then. But with using this as reality-based concepts, you don't have to use that level of force if you can be protected, if you have cover, if you can get distance, if you can get time, if maybe it becomes a hostage situation, and then you can call in your crisis negotiators and you can do something else. So it really just depends on that situation that you're coming into, or from the officer's perspective. So we want them to have as much opportunity as they can to de-escalate whatever situation it is that they're encountering. And a few more things here with the use of force. So again, these are just a few of the factors. There's many, many factors that officers consider and that people consider when you're encountered with a situation, in any situation. So determining whether to apply force, the amount of force, has to do with how severe is the threat. So what are you encountering? What is you as an officer? What are you coming into when you're going into someone's house or whatever the situation may be? So how immediate is the threat? What's the conduct of the individual? We have to think about things like officer size versus suspect or subject size. Is this like a jiu-jitsu guy, or is this like, me going in to deal with someone that's 6'2" and a big muscle guy? You have to think about what can I do against this person and what situation and what threat are they giving to, are you experiencing? So we also have to think about, are there proximity of weapons? Do they have a weapon? Do they have any other devices? Do they have anything that they can access? Are there knives around? Are there other weapons? Things like that. And then how serious is the offense? You're trying to determine, is this a mental health crisis call? Is this, what is going on with this person? So they're they're taking in all that information and thinking about how can we stabilize the situation? Do we have other injuries to people? Has this person already injured themselves? What is the whole picture of what's going on? So those are all sort of, again, in our use of force policy in terms of training and using that reasonable force, the minimal amount of force necessary to get a situation under control. And an officer has to determine that based on what is happening around him or her when they arrive on the scene, and then all the things that can happen around them. You know, are there kids in the house? Are there, you know, what other things are happening? So. And then comprehensive reporting, another 8 can't wait policy. So we do have comprehensive reporting. Again, this falls under our use of force policy. If officers are using use of force, they have to complete forms. They have to explain why they use the force, why did they believe it was reasonable under the circumstances, what type of force was it. Supervisors need to be notified about that, the application of the force that they use, and then our supervisors are required to look at the body-worn camera footage. We have body cameras, we have for over 10 years, so we review those on every use of force situation so that the supervisors can say, okay, this level of force was appropriate based on this situation. That also gets reviewed by a commander, and so that's our process on looking at what the officers are doing. We also investigate and report alleged misconduct or policy violations to the post board, which is the licensing board again. So we report those annually. And in that reporting, we're looking at use of force, pursuits, which are also very restrictive. We employ a restrictive pursuit policy. And then other things like impartial policing, discriminatory conduct, or other policy violations that we might get complaints about. So we fully investigate all those and report those to the licensing board. And I think that was the end of what I had. So I know it's pretty high level. There's obviously a lot to policies. There's lots of details, lots of things like that. I'm very committed as the chief. Our officers, everyone is very committed to continuing to work with our community. We understand the reasoning for these questions, you know, and it's deserved, and I understand that. And so happy to continue to answer questions from you guys now or in the future when we engage our community as an organization, really. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Chief. That was very helpful, and I learned a lot. One question, or one assessment I've seen throughout all of this is that the officer involved in Minneapolis apparently had a track record of bad behavior and was still allowed to come to work. If we've got a situation like that, is there systems in place? And I know you addressed that kind of near the end here, but is that scenario even possible within this organization if you've got somebody who's have a track record of bad behavior?
Yeah, no, I understand that I don't know if this is accurate, but that officer had like 17 different disciplinary actions. No, we don't have anything like that. I think the goal with anything, and because we look at body camera footage and we look at, you know, how are the officers interacting, and we look at all of the complaints that we receive, I feel very confident in the work that the officers do. I feel very confident that they understand the culture and the expectations and the honor that we all talk about, that we have with this badge. And so, yes, there are things in place, and the goal is to coach people and discipline them when necessary because, again, not as a punishment, but sometimes we make mistakes, and we need to be coached, we need to be mentored, and we need to understand how we can change our behavior to be better. And that's really the goal that we look at when we do have discipline and we can help people get better. And we look at the small ways that we're treating people before we have some situation that is out of control. So no, I don't have a crystal ball, but I certainly can tell you that no one in our department thinks what happened in Minneapolis should have happened as police officers. Absolutely not. I think we're unified in that, and I think as a country, I feel like we're unified in the fact that that should not have happened to another human being. If we can agree on anything, I think we can all agree on that. So we do try to put those parameters in place. I hope that answers your question, but we do look at it seriously, and we will coach people and we'll discipline people if it's needed, and put people on work plans if it's required so that they understand this is the expectation we have of you. This is who we are. I do a lot of talking about culture. I do a lot of talking about our mission, our core values, the expectations, the honor and the badge, and what our community expects from us. And so it's very clear to the people in our organization and our officers. And again, I'm very confident in them. They do good work. They do good work every day. I'm very proud of them and the work they do. So there's no reason for me to believe that anything like this would ever happen in our department.
Of course not. And I talk very similarly about this organization to the public when we talk about our police, because I'm very proud of this group of people, so thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Chief. That was, I agree. I learned a lot from that, and I appreciate you addressing those inquiries that we have received by email and others with the 8 Can't Wait. And you actually elaborated in your answer. I was going to ask just, what are the internal double checks and how do we keep ourselves accountable? And you really touched on that very well. It's, we're made aware of, disciplinary actions and things like that now and then, where the chief has had to take those actions. And it's good for us to be all held accountable. But in times like this, when there's a spotlight shining on every PD and every sheriff and every state patrol officer in the country, I really appreciate the value of bringing this forward and addressing it promptly and honestly and openly. And I think our community policing that we've been, the model that we've followed for as long as I've been here.
1970, right?
1970.
Did we start community?
I wasn't here then.
Well, the only reason I know is because being a resident, and Bob Wara was the one going around with all of those.
Yes, I remember Bob.
Yeah, because he was, I think, our first community police officer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Bob's retired a long time ago. The only reason I know is because I was a resident of Burnsville.
Well, it's a model that has served us well, and you certainly have come up through the ranks over the years to become our chief, and we appreciate everything you're doing. I have to apologize for my 1970s hair. I haven't been to that.
Why are you doing that now?
I'm waiting for my turn to get to the haircut. I'm looking at myself in our live feed going, it's embarrassing.
Okay.
I apologize. But anyway, great work and great leadership, great accountability. And we see that. I mean, we get a lot of compliments from residents when we interact. We all look forward every year to the night to night where we can go out in the community and interact. And I always love traveling with someone from our PD because I witness it over and over and over again. They come up and they thank you, and they thank whoever I'm with for the work that you do. Everyone feels safe here. Everyone feels that they belong here, but they also feel safe here to live, have a business, and that's, to me, the backbone of the community. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Dan Gustafson.
Thank you, Chief. That was a great presentation. You mentioned that one of the things our officers are learned to spot are mental health issues out in the field. Do we have protocols in place should that happen when we run across where we can tell there's that type of thing going on with that person?
Yes, so we do lots of training in mental health crisis and de-escalation because it's been a growing concern in our community for really the past 10 years. I mean, calls have considerably gone up over the years. Some of the things that we've recently employed is, you may know that we tried to, Dakota County has the pilot to bring social workers and police officers together to have a more unified response to people that are suffering from crisis and mental health. We applied to do that. We didn't get it. There was another agency that got that. So we have really just taken it upon ourselves to do what we can with the resources that we have. And so we've had a sergeant and officers that are doing follow-up on their own. And this is a new concept that we're just kind of starting. Because we used to have just a team of crisis people as our officers that would go and do this follow-up. But now there's just so many that we just can't even do that. So now We have a sergeant that's looking at, okay, here's all the calls that came in from overnight, and here, because you begin to know who is suffering in our community from mental health, because you're responding and you're responding and you're responding. Fire is helping us because you're doing transports. They're transporting people to try to get help. And unfortunately, the system sometimes it just isn't working for those suffering in crisis because they're getting put on a hold, they're getting to the hospital, they're being evaluated, they're determined they're not going to hurt themselves, and then they're allowed to go back. And, so this is a cycle of things that's going on. And so trying to get to some coordinated response and work with our partners. And so we do our best to identify those, and the officers know that because they're going out. So they're communicating that to the sergeant. He's following up. And so now what he's been doing, which we never did before, was really having that coordinated effort with crisis, our crisis response in Dakota County, and saying, okay, tell me what you can about this person. Because the other thing is not all this data can be shared freely between people. It's protected. And so as much as we can, we're kind of going to Dakota County Crisis and saying, here's this person that we've dealt with 5 times, okay? And 5 times they've been on a transport. And what other services can we provide to this person? Can you come in and help us do an in-house assessment? Can you come with us? And so we can have that conversation and help them. And then let that person know, here's what we can do for you. Here is the number for you to call. Or are you feeling suicidal? Or what other support might they have? Because sometimes people just don't have any other family, or they don't have support, or they don't take their medication. And so we're really trying, it's one of our priorities, it's one of our initiatives to create that community engagement, our CRO unit, into also a mental health unit to make sure that we can do as much as we can, utilize the county services that are available until there's more of this coordinated response that's needed. Because we're not social workers and we're not mental health professionals, but it falls upon law enforcement to do that. And so we're very conscientious of this when we're responding to things, because they can be very, these calls can be very dangerous when people are suffering in a crisis. So it's a lot of de-escalation. It's a lot of talking. It's a lot of space, and let's figure out, how we can do it. And they spend so much time on these calls too. So we're always working to try to find a better way to do that. But yes, we work very hard to try to recognize those folks in our community and then try to get them those extra services, especially really for those ones that we're constantly responding to, because it just can continue to escalate and escalate and escalate, and we don't want something, terrible to happen, so.
Do you feel that you need more resources on that side of the ledger there?
Yes, we do, and that's why we've tried to partner with the county we need social services help. We can't do it alone, and we're not trained in the way that a mental health professional is. I mean, we get training, we do as much as we possibly can, but we're not medical professionals in that way. And so, and the time that it takes, to really give the resources to that, we just don't have. So those are things, we've been talking about, and how can we put resources to that, and how is this new system we're kind of trying to work, how does that operate, and is that something that we can continue to do, or how do we engage our county partners? Maybe we take up a partnership with another city and say, okay, how can we coordinate our response with officers and social workers? Or is there a way to look at the Ridges? We have a hospital in our community. Do they have a social worker? How can we partner? We're always trying to think about these things, working with Chief BJ and, trying to go, how can we work together on these things? Because it's resources for for all of public safety, so.
Thank you, Chief, appreciate it.
Okay, Kara?
I think that presentation was extremely helpful because it helps our community see what is our baseline, where are we at? Because, most people would not know the inner workings, what are the policies, those types of things. And now there is a lot of interest in, what are the policies of your local law enforcement. So that was extremely helpful. When you're talking about de-escalating and you're talking about the mental health components and that type of thing, those are really time-consuming. If you're going to de-escalate something and you're going to use a lot of verbal de-escalation, that takes an incredible amount of time and patience. So, you know, that you do that and that you're very committed to that is wonderful and helpful, because so often things are thought about in times of man-hour units, which we have to for staffing and that type of thing. But that is truly excellent. And you are correct, it is since the 1970s, and we were known nationally. Like, there was national stories about, you know, crazy Burnsville, you know, not, you know, doing all this wild stuff. And, you know, we paved the way for a lot of changes within policing. So that's something we can be proud of. A question I have, and it parallels on your question, is, and you also mentioned it, when we're talking about mental health calls and we're talking about those types of calls, and I know we're looking at partnering with other agencies, social work, that type of thing, and you're looking at, you know, do you need more help and assistance and that type of thing? When I think of someone to partner with or an area to add into that would have that mental health component, for some reason for me, I see it more with our fire department in having health services, because that's their area. And we have our police and fire already working so well together. And maybe that's something we can look at and really start to examine of where do we start to, if we're going to, make these alterations or that type of thing. You know, I don't want to take away from you or anything like that, but just for me, it seems a more natural fit. Because, yeah, I mean, our fire department often does end up doing the transport and doing those types of things. Maybe that fits a little bit more within that, and that really good partnership, because Burnsville has something that most every other city does not have. We have our ambulance service. We have our fire and ambulance, and that is something that we can utilize that almost no one else can. So that's just my comment to throw out there for thought. I'm not gonna put anyone on the spot and have them respond. BJ's probably like, man, why did you go there? But just throwing that out.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that.
Chief, I want to thank you for always being on the spot and saying, okay, the community needs to hear this and understand what we do. Our police department has always been forward-looking. Having the cameras, we were the first in the state over 10 years ago, always forward-looking. And it wasn't us, it was I think it was Jeff Papp,
Yes.
who went to a conference, found out about this technology, and came back and said, we need to do this. And why? Because we want to be held accountable, not just for us, but for the people that we're serving, or the folks that we need to be interacting with, or we're called to. So you have good information. And I think we were either second or third in the whole country, and our police department, second. And so I know that we have been going out and teaching others about how our policies are around accountability and using this technology. The other thing that we have done that most other PDs have not done, and I know that I took the first Citizens Academy back in 1993 when Dumoulin was in office. And then we didn't have people to do the classes, but then it came back and I took those classes. So if anybody has not taken those classes, it's an 8-week course.
9.
9. Oh, it's 9. God, when I went through it was, so I think I should go back. But if they want to understand how we do policing here, go to Citizens Academy. And they'll ask you if you want to be tased. I said, no, I don't do it.
Why not?
Heck. Because at the time, you know, I had just come, I think, yeah, I don't remember, when did we start this back up again, Chief?
Oh, gosh. When did we start the Citizens Academy back up?
It's
Oh,
the second round.
I don't remember.
It's been
It's
quite a
been
while.
a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and I
yeah.
think it was
It's
just.
very popular. It fills up very quickly, you know.
I know,
and
and
we have
so
people on
you've
waiting
seen
lists.
my response Melanie has to people, take the Citizens Academy.
Yeah.
If you really want to understand, so copy Melanie on all of those, take the Citizens Academy. So the other part about, Karen, what you ask, and I know that Chief BJ, you have been working on this for a long, community health. And it's that partnership where you're helping the hospital with some of those issues, whether it's mental health or diabetes or all of those other things. So it's, and I know we went out for a federal grant for that and we didn't get it. But yeah, that partnership, and because you go out on calls together and all of that. So I want to just commend you for the work and for our police officers, the men and women in blue. They come to work and they're dedicated. They're great public servants, just as our firefighters, paramedics. And our paramedics are trained in health. So thank you, because, you know, your report tonight, if they're not watching, they're going to watch it, stream it, and watch it. So thank you. Really appreciate that. And thank you, Melanie, for coordinating all of that so Tanya can do that tonight. And it's really, you know, it's timely. People are asking, and it's saying, okay, here, this is what we do.
Yep.
So thank you to you, and please extend our gratitude
Oh, well,
to our officers. They do hard work.
yes, they do.
And I do know, because I know some of the families, because they, for instance, some of them grew up with my kids. They grew up in Burnsville. So I know how difficult it is for families, not just police and in fire.
Yep.
Because they never know whether they're going to come home. So thank you.
Yes, you're
Thank
welcome.
you. Okay.
Any other questions?
I don't see anyone else in the
No
queue.
one's hand is up?
Yeah.
Okay.
No questions. I think you did a great job.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay,
And I
thanks.
think our community appreciates this. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Now, the next item then is the preliminary 5-year financial plan for 2021 budget. And Jennifer Rohde, our finance director, is going to give us that look. People need to know that we start our budget process. We're always in budget, but we start the process for 2021 in June.
Yes.
And make those connections. So great, I'm looking forward to this. Welcome, Jenny.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Tonight, we're here to begin discussions on the 2021 budget. And this year, the theme for the budget is, as you can see, or probably guess by this, budget roadmap, which also ties nicely into council and staff's work on COVID-19 response and recovery roadmap. So, go on. City departments have begun the process of preparing their detailed budgets. That began, kind of kicked off this month, but I know we've been kind of laying that groundwork in May as well. Next week, you'll see by the calendar, next week, the audit presentation will be given. And then the work to to put the detailed budget together, we'll kind of go over the next 2 months, and in August, we have a review in the max tax proposal on August 25th at a work session. That will review the max tax proposal to be approved on September 22nd. And we'll continue to put the budget work together on September 30th. A proposed budget book will be available. October, we've got, we will schedule, we'll have community communications and engagement. And then in November 10th and 24th are reserved for budget work session discussions. First work session will be the general fund and other property tax supported funds. And the second one will focus mainly on capital projects and CIP. And with final adoption December 8th. Not on this is December 31st, the final budget document is scheduled to be released. So that's just a quick overview of the schedule. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to provide some high-level preliminary estimates for the 2021 projections, and an opportunity to give some staff for council to give some preliminary direction in preparing the detailed budget. 4 areas organized. This presentation is organized into 4 different areas. We've got the 2021 market value and tax base. Next, some preliminary tax projections, fund balance discussion, and then we'll wrap it up with a kind of overview of some 5-year plans for some selected funds, property tax supported funds. One thing, we want to make sure our budget and the services we deliver fit with the council's vision and priorities and is prepared in accordance with our organizational values. Sound financial management's at the forefront, and we address these areas, retaining the AAA bond rating. The city's received the highest possible bond rating from Standard & Poor's as a result of our financial management policies that are in place. We, as part of this process, will look at our financial management policies and update those. We want to make sure our policies are updated and provide for sustainable management and sustainable fund balance going forward. And also, we want to look forward to the next 5 years. Our budgets are forward-looking and manage to provide adequate cash flow, contingency reserves, and tax relief when possible. The ultimate goal is to provide cost-effective services in a financially sustainable manner. The framework of the budget is our 5-year plans for all city funds. They provide a long-term focus for staff and council to make decisions that are long-term and sustainable. This next chart just illustrates the change in taxable market value by property type. Preliminary numbers will be used for pay 2021 taxes. This slide shows the breakdown and to the increases. The bar to the right shows the totals. And then we've got the bars to the left showing apartments, commercial and industrial and residential. Our apartment values saw the largest increase this year, and I think that is, as we've had a number of developments that have been going on over the past couple of years, we are seeing that market value come onto the property tax rolls now. In 2021, we had $51 million in new construction value added to the market value.
That's a lag.
Yeah, there is a lag.
There's a lag.
Yep.
So we might say, 51 million in value, but it's a lag. We don't start to see that.
And things that are happening this year, it'll be another year or 2 before we start.
That's right.
Yeah, seeing those come
Yeah,
on.
people need to know that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Additionally, when we look at projecting the budget, we want to look at all factors, and one of those factors are things that are going on at the legislature. Obviously, COVID-19 has dominated everything, including it was also discussed heavily at the legislature this spring. Unfortunately, the session ended without clarity on COVID-19 funding for local governments in the areas of workers' comp and also federal funding. Hopefully, hopefully the special session will provide some clarity on those issues. Another area, that's important for us is hopefully the federal government will also provide a little more clarity on eligibility of the use of those funds. Certainly, revenue losses for local governments are one of the biggest impacts right now, and that is unclear whether those funds will be able to be used for that.
And the governor and the legislature need to make a decision on the distribution.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not just the governor, it's the governor and the legislature.
Yep. This slide just illustrates budget 2020 budget expenditures by category in the general fund. As a service organization, the largest portion of our operations are our end expenditures are on people through our employee services at 73%. On the revenue side, in the general fund, the majority of the funding comes from property taxes. Other city revenue sources are 31%, but property taxes are 69%. Those other revenue sources mainly are fees for services, intergovernmental revenues, investment income, and other miscellaneous types of revenue. Certainly, as we talked about revenue losses, there is more uncertainty this year, and we continue to monitor revenues and where things are going. And those will be included in continue to be adjusted and included in the 2021 projections. So, 2021 budget pressures for maintaining current service levels. Certainly, being a service organization, a large percentage of our costs are for personnel that perform governmental services, police, fire, park operations, street maintenance. Additionally, continued phase-in of the compensation study is a cost pressure. And two of the larger kind of benefit increases that we see, workers' comp rates did increase substantially for 2021, as well as health insurance increases continue to rise as well. And additionally, related COVID-19 related costs and revenue losses. Those will impact us.
Yeah.
To begin the 2021 budget process, the 2021 projection from the 2020 process has been updated. We're in uncertain times. Projected revenue reduction has played a significant role in the projected tax increase or projected need for revenues. Other factors are the continued implementation of the comp plan, workers' compensation, health insurance, and other benefit increases. These projections are just preliminary estimates at this time. Obviously, detailed staff preparation will continue to refine these numbers, and we'll frame additional options as part of that over the next 2 months. Here is a table. It just details those items described previously. This is organization-wide property tax impact. For current service level operations, that we anticipate that to be a 5% tax impact. The decrease in other revenue sources of about $458,000 is a 1.2% impact. And additional items there are 2021 projections from the 2020 budget 5-year plans for capital funds, the debt service levy, and the EDA.
Question.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Dan Key?
Yep.
City Manager Lee brought to my attention that we had a budget surplus from 2019. In that budget surplus revenue, our levy and fees and all of our income was part of the 2019 budget, so the levy we passed, all of that was, money accounted for. And then we had more come in, and we had some expenses go down. So we ended up with a surplus. If we were going to use that surplus to help cover the COVID, since that money's already been counted into a budget cycle and accounted for through a public levy, if you were to insert that in here instead of adding it on top of the 5% with another 2.5%, but if you were to put that in to plug that COVID-created revenue drop and expense increase, it wouldn't have to reflect in the levy proposal for 2021, correct?
Correct. You're saying replacing that decrease in COVID-19
Yeah, using
impact?
excess funds from 2019 rather than showing it as a potential additional 2.5% on top of a levy, because we'd be we're saying with that chart, we could actually have a 7.5% levy to be able to cover the COVID, when in fact we have nearly close to $2 million in budget left over, unspent budget from 2019 that could be applied to those COVID expenses. Therefore, they're not going to be a levy factor in 2021 unless we anticipate 2021 having further declines or revenue losses or expenses because COVID just extends into next year type of thing.
Or else, as you get better and better in the details, where it always, so you're being transparent about all of this, and then you'll come back and you'll talk about those revenues that were not spent and how you're going to do it. Yeah, Melanie?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Council, this is a bit of an unusual budget because there is a lot of uncertainty. We came out of 2019 in a very good position, expecting 2020 would be very similar. And then the last 4 months have been filled with lots of uncertainty. And we, as Jenny mentioned, there's continued uncertainty. The CARES dollars, there's some federal money that's being proposed, and we don't know the extent of the revenue shortfall. Up until 2 weeks ago, Brian Luther and I were talking about what do we do with the Ames Center if it's closed the rest of the year, right? And now we're talking about maybe reopening it. So there's a lot of uncertainty, and we do have a fund balance policy, which
that's
would
the other part.
that is an element
Yeah.
of our whole budget framework that we would consider. Unfortunately, at this point, it's a little too soon to project what that'll look like, but absolutely that'll be on the menu of revenue options to consider.
And I think just hearing, because I like the fact that you're being transparent. Here are the things that are the pressures. But then, as you always dive into it, to the budget, and we always look at that fund balance that is not part of our cash flow, but for emergency items. And we always look at one-time costs for all of those things. So until you get and dive into the details, right now you're giving us actually the worst-case scenario, which you guys always do.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we think.
This is,
Well,
and then it's like, but I trust that you guys have all of these scenarios that you've already gone through, and then when we dive deep into the budget and look at the details, you guys have always done a great job. So let's cool it. Let's hear more. They're going to do their thing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to bring that up because when I see a chart that has a 5 and then
Yeah.
the COVID costs on top
Yeah.
of that, it insinuates
Yeah.
and it sends a message to our viewing audience and the press who will write about it that we might be looking at a 7.5% tax levy.
Yeah.
And that's not the whole story, and I don't like
Yeah.
painting just part of the picture and leaving some colors out that belong on that canvas
Yeah.
when we're presenting it.
Yeah. And especially when everybody knows this is what we do, and then it always comes back where it's always lower than that. And so, yeah, I sort of understand the pattern.
Saying
Melanie?
they're sandbagging us, is that what it's saying?
No, no,
Oh, no, it's
no.
much better.
Melanie?
So, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm glad you used that word story, Councilmember Keeley, because I think that's really what we need to do. There's a value in the service we provide to the community. I mean, we just heard about the work that the chief is doing. We heard about the work BJ and his team is doing. We know the work that we do on the public
Right.
works side.
Yeah.
We're a service community, and there's a value to the community to provide that service. So part of our responsibility is to present to you a budget that illustrates the value of what we provide to the community. And that's a story. That's why we have a roadmap. We're coming at it with a little bit of a different approach this year because we know that it's important that it's not just $1 amount, right? It's a whole package of information that helps Burnsville be Burnsville. So.
But our finance director really knows numbers. So that's
Yeah,
what-
absolutely she does.
He'll have to fill in the story.
Indeed.
All right. This just presents similar information, but specifically general fund, as the tax levy falls, generally to this fund. Employee services, we see health insurance increases there, comp plan implementation, workers' comp and related items. Those make up the employee services total, and a current expenditure increase of about 2.5%. At the bottom, the decrease in other revenue sources are, again, at $458,000. This just kind of details our assumptions for the revenue decrease. We've brought up delinquent tax assumptions a little bit. Right now at about 2%. I don't think we know yet exactly where they're going to come out. That could increase or decrease. We will keep monitoring as we move through the summer, as we get our final settlement. Licenses and permits, that's about a 10% reduction that we've assumed. This includes, business licenses, alcohol permits, and business permits. So right now, we're taking that approach. We will continue to monitor. We're looking also at 2020 as we move through 2020 to see, what we've experienced. Investment income, we do have a reduction there. Interest rates, as you probably all know, hit rock bottom. So we, hopefully those will come back a little bit. They've come back slightly, but we would anticipate a reduction in investment income. Intergovernmental revenue, right now, this MnDOT has told us to expect a 15% reduction in our MSA, both in street maintenance and construction. And they're collecting less revenue as less people are driving, and so we've included that in our projection.
I knew that less people are driving, but I didn't realize that we were going to take a 15% hit.
So that affects the general fund.
Wow.
and also the infrastructure trust fund as well.
Yeah.
For the construction projects.
Looking at the MBTA garage, it felt like more like a 95%.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's not gonna last forever, so.
Yeah.
And as we said, this, with the 7.5% levy increase, we know that this is just a preliminary projection, but we do calculate what that comes out to be for a median value home. The median value home value increased by 3.7%. The residential as a whole increased by 4.2%. So that just gives you some perspective. Residential market values total within the city. But 7.53 with that increase in value would be about a $71 annual increase. And again, these are just preliminary. We don't obviously expect this to be the final tax levy, so it just gives some perspective. Factors, this just kind of delineates the factors that affect a property tax bill, what's in the city's control right now and what's outside. Obviously, the amount of property tax levy is within our control, but there are a number of factors. Changes in market value and individual home values, value of new construction, the changes in the fiscal disparities pool, tax petition, settlements, and state credit programs, as well as amount of tax levied in other, by other districts. Those are things that are just, that are outside of our control.
You didn't have the commercial industrial base. Did it go up or low, or is the residents are going to carry CI again?
CI went up a little more than,
It did?
yep. I could look back. I think, oh gosh, I need glasses. 4.1% CI went up, and residential went up just under that. I think it was,
Okay.
yeah. Or, wait, 5.1, and residential was 4.3 there.
Oh, so CI got 5.1?
I believe it was 5.1.
Wow.
Yeah, it's on that
It's-
previous slide.
Not often do they go.
No, they
No.
went up slightly more. Residential was for the 3 apartment, CI, and residential, residential went up the smallest percent this year. But they've been sharing more of the burden in the previous years.
Yeah, for the last several years, residents have been carrying the burden.
Yeah.
Yeah, CI is just skating through.
This is this talks kind of what we were talks about what we were discussing earlier, planned uses of fund balance. For 2020, we use our restricted landfill funds for sustainability and some recycling in the parks. That's $167,000 in 2020, and we've projected close to that, $172,000 in 2021. Ice Center debt service. This is something the council committed to a number of years ago, and committed to paying $140,000 a year for 10 years to the Ice Center bonds.
Are we getting close to that?
2021 is the final
Yeah,
year.
I was just
so-
going to say, it
I
has
did-
to be either next year is the last.
Yep. Yeah. So next year we won't have that in the second column if we have the same spreadsheet. Elections. The council has made the decision to fund elections through use of fund balance every other year. So that is there for 2020. Community development software, that was something that was in the budget last year to be funded from fund balance. That is included here. And capital, this was on the radar last year, capital for police radios. Monuments were also on the list, but they have been delayed. So they were $150,000, I believe, in 2020 and $160,000 in 2021. So, and there's just other there to be determined. As we talked about, as we go through the budget process, we will identify, or there may be other items identified for planned use of fund balance. So the totals, excluding the monuments for 2021 is $705,000. This slide shows current fund balance policy, and right now the two solid lines show the current policy. We maintain 35% of the next year's budget. And additionally, we strive to maintain an additional $2 million, which is approximately 5%. So that that solid blue line represents that 35% plus the contingency. As part of the budget process this year, we are recommending we look at a percent range as we move forward. And this slide shows what if we amend the policy to include a 30 to 40% range, you can see the dotted green line is the 30% and the dotted blue line is the 40%. That would keep us, it actually is a little more than what we currently maintain with the 2 million. And it also, language in the policy amendment could include direction for use and maintenance of fund balance. So anything maintained, anything within that range, up to 40% could be used for one-time items or working capital. But if fund balance were to go above that 40%, council could use that for operations in lieu of a property tax increase. So this is something we'll be reviewing through the budget process, but just maybe fine tuning that fund balance policy.
So if we went to 40%, would that include the contingency?
Yeah, then it would the contingency would be included in that 40%. It'll give us something very similar to what we've had. I know at the November budget work session last year, it was discussed about instead of a 2 million contingency, expressing it as a percentage. That's not in the policy at this point, so to make it part of the actual fund balance policy and amend that language.
I just want to make sure that we have enough in that contingency. The thing is, here we are in COVID, and I'm thinking, but for having this contingency that might help us through some of this.
And it wouldn't preclude us from maintaining if you look at our policy right now, we do have fund balance that is quite a bit larger than the policy. I wouldn't anticipate that we would manage our finances any different going forward, but it would give us that range it's nice as you're looking forward to expenditures to when you're taking a percentage of the expenditures for next year, you are kind of always accounting for any increases as you go along.
Well, the nice thing about that is because just looking at all of the reduction in property tax, and the 35% has to do with our cash flow. Well, heck, we're not going to be having as much cash flow coming from the county. So increasing it allows us then to have enough money for cash flow. But the other is, I just want to make sure we have enough money for these kinds of events that we're experiencing. And I am here to tell you, there's always something, if it's not a straight wind that damages the city as a whole, or we have a virus that's attacking, and it's not discriminating.
Yeah, we definitely want to be able to manage those unexpected events. Yep, and have a sustainable fund balance going forward.
And I think we're doing okay because we've been forward thinking about making sure that we cover all of these things. Mm-hmm. But boy, we would be in a world of hurt with where we're at now if we didn't have this one time, especially when we now have a reduction in our MSA funds too. So it's like every fund is losing money.
And that's something we can bring back, policy language on that. Fees and charge.
Could I?
Yep.
Oh, okay, Dan, Keely, yeah.
I'm gonna just blink until you get it to blinking. I do remember we touched on that, but I'm personally not in favor of lumping it all into a percentage, because what ends up happening then, we kind of lose track of what the real hard dollars are, and we're always looking at those hard dollars that exceed the 35% and the 2 million as what we have which accumulates there because of budget savings, like the 2 million that I mentioned in 2019 that City Manager Lee has brought to our attention. So we have a hard number because we're always looking at hard numbered one-time expenses that we're looking at using it for. And so expressing it in one percentage to accommodate the state mandate and the two and the rest, it muddies it up to me. I'd rather continue to do the way we have. And I'm not trying to sound like an old stodgy person that doesn't want to change. I like numbers, especially these numbers, to be very clear and easy to understand what it is. The 35%, if I'm not mistaken, just correct me if I'm wrong, that's mandated under state statute that we have to keep 35% for, or is that just a self-imposed best practice?
Well, the auditor recommends,
Okay.
right? The state auditor recommends, is it 35%?
Yes. Finance director answer.
I,
Front row, please.
they do, I just looked at it too, and I believe they have a range that they recommend. I know 30% is the benchmark when rating agencies are looking. That's the high mark for them. So there is a range of acceptable fund balance. You want to make sure that you maintain your fund balance within your policy. So if you've got a policy to maintain a certain fund balance, it's good to make sure that you are reaching that or have a plan for getting to that point. One of the things to address, and I don't know, maybe this addresses your question, as part of the policy, we would delineate some uses and some points, so from 30 to 40%, what, if we had a fund balance within that range, what we would use that for, and above 40%, some criteria for using that. So we would have some defined criteria for fund balance use. I don't know if that addresses.
Which I think we have now. I mean, we sort of live by that defined criteria that we have this 35, then we have 2 million above that we set aside for emergencies. Like, even though it was 22 years ago, the straight line wins of 98.
Yeah.
Sort of motivated us to keep doing that. Now, COVID was a good reason, but we're, at the same time, we come off of 2019 with a large amount, so we're in really good shape. I think the 2 million may be something we talk about, just what do we think we really would need in a crisis? And for 22 years, since 1998, we really haven't had to touch the 2 million until now, but now we've got 2019 too, so I think we're still in good shape. It's anything above that. We've said, okay, anything above those two is what we look at to apply toward these one-time expenses. And we made a commitment, that 10-year commitment for the ice arena, right? We just said, we're always gonna probably save $140,000 every year. If you look at the historical year-over-year budget savings and what we carry over, we did this way back when Charlie, bless his heart, may his rest his soul, was here. We said, what is the history of the departments in the city saving money against their budget? They crunch the numbers, they put their budget together, and they do their very best to hit it and stay under it. And at the end of the year, there's budget excess. 200, I think, was the smallest number I saw, and the biggest was maybe 1.1. This could be a new record in 2019 because circumstances, as City Manager Lee pointed out, there's a lot of vacant positions that didn't get filled, so we had a lot of, labor savings and some other things. Permits came in much heavier, which is good. But we, that sort of goes into that number above the 35 and above the 2 million, and then what is that? And we sort of watch that balance, and we have attributed things like that 140. But there's always something there, and we always have one-time expenses waiting for some funding, right? It's that wish list of, okay, we're not going to get to this through the budget structure, but if we come upon some one-time money, we'll prioritize these things and we'll start knocking them off, funding them and implementing them. And I think it's worked. To me, it's very transparent. As a taxpayer, I understand it. And I think when we explain it in that way, people understand, hey, we save some money. This is a one-time. We can't count it toward next year's structural budget because it's one-time money, right? And we highly publicize those specific projects that we like to take care of. And we talk about reprioritizing every year, and we apply that money to it. I think the 140 on the ice arena is something that we might even consider doing again because that worked really well. that took some budget pressure off. During a time when we needed some help taking budget pressures off. It was 10 years ago, it was rough.
Yeah.
At 2010. So anyway, that's just my feeling on it. I kind of like, maybe I've gotten used to it, but it's very clear and easy to understand, easy to wrap your arms around, easy to understand where the money's going and why it's there.
And Madam Mayor and Council, we'll take this feedback and come back. Our goal
Yep.
is to position the city for long-term sustainability, to protect our AAA bond rating, to provide us with as much flexibility and protection as possible. That's why we're suggesting some considerations of some different language, but certainly we will put some more framework around it and continue to get your feedback on it, so.
Because the bond raters always look at our 5-year plan. They want to make sure that we have a good cash flow. They want to make sure that we have a 5-year capital improvement plan. And when I look at all of the criteria, because there are only a few things that we have control over. We have no control over market value or the per capita income of the city or any of those other items that they evaluate in terms. So I always look at those things because I don't want to lose that bond rating. It helps our people because we don't have to pay those high fees.
Yep. It does.
Absolutely.
And so we need to protect that bond rating.
Madam Mayor, quick follow-up. There was a point made earlier that I want to restate. You had mentioned that 30% was the guidance recommended, and yet we use 35. Isn't that a statement that we are going an extra 5% on that reserve to ensure that we can cover our cash flow with our twice-a-year payments from the county?
Yeah, Minnesota cities typically have higher reserves because we rely heavily on property taxes. So we tend to score very high in our fund balance. Our fund balance maintenance.
On the property tax, because when you look at how much other revenue we get, it's like 32% out of the.
Yep.
That's why we need to protect all our revenue sources.
And it certainly doesn't hurt to be above that, so.
Agreed. Is there any cities that you're aware that actually go higher than that, like 40?
Yeah.
As their, just their, let's make sure we cover our cash flow kind of number?
Yep, there, I would say 40% is pretty common in that range. I mean, a lot of cities do a range of between a certain number or, maybe they go 40%, 40 to 45. Anywhere between 35 and 45 is pretty common, I would say.
Okay, we'll listen more.
Sounds good.
That's-
Yep,
all in.
that's right.
This is the first blush, and so.
Yep, oh, yeah, this is great. Yeah, and part of the bond rating is the sound financial policies that city council has established, and that goes a long way as well. Fees and charges, just a quick slide on fees were discussed in May at a work session, and the fee policy was reaffirmed. Our policy through budget development is to seek to maximize our cost recovery through fees. One of the areas that is going to be focused on in the next couple months is the tiered liquor license fees based on sales. That will be researched, and that's going to be brought back for council for 2021's fees. The next slides are start the 5-year, kind of a 5-year look at a select group of funds. First, we've got the EDA fund. The staff last year, as part of the 2020 budget process, staffing and debt service levies were moved to the general fund and the debt funds, and to allow for more available tax unused levy authority in this fund for economic development activities going forward. In 2021, for example, I believe our levy was reduced in this fund in 2020 to $197,000. In 2021, it is projected to increase by $50,000. But that dotted line at the top just gives you some perspective on the available EDA levy capacity that this area has, just for perspective. The 5-year plan with what we've projected in there is those revenues and expenses, fund balances is maintained at about close to $200,000 through the 5-year plan. So the Equipment and Vehicle Fund. This fund has been challenged as vehicle costs continue to increase. A $55,000 tax increase was proposed for 2021. And, as we look at past assumptions are changing, and we're looking at a fleet study, and that's going to be brought forward in the 2021 budget. Here's the Facilities Fund. The two largest years, as you can see, 2020, that's Fire Station 1, land purchase and construction and bonding. In 2024, that is a placeholder for the Fire Station 2 and City Hall renovations and bonding. This fund does not have a property tax levy associated with it. Franchise fees are the main source of funding. The franchise fee increase approved in 2020 is being implemented in 2021, and annual increased revenue associated with that is going to be about $3.7 million annually. IT capital. Moving forward, we should expect to see some changes in this fund as well as a result of COVID-19 and kind of reassessing our, technology needs as we move forward as far as remote work, remote access, and those kinds of things. So I would expect there to be some changes in the decisions and technology needs as we align those with the future going forward, looking forward. A property tax of $10,000 had been proposed for 2021 in this fund.
Is that, this is the IT capital fund.
Mm-hmm.
Is that enough with everything that they're doing right now with regard to remote? Yeah.
We will.
Money. It's like,
That will be part of what we're working on. I know that we're assessing our needs in that area. And for the future, looking at things a little differently, as I think everybody is.
Services differently, and you need equipment, and you need to build the infrastructure.
Yep.
I knew that you had to build that infrastructure very quickly when COVID hit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's why I think we can expect some changes as we go through the next couple of months in this fund, as from what we planned last fall.
You move a lot of things into.
Madam Mayor, members
Yes.
of the council, I would expect that the next time that we come back to you, we'll have additional information when it comes to some of that remote work study and some of the technology infrastructure needs. Tom and his team are diligently working on it with vendors right now.
Yeah, okay, thank you, because, I don't have to be in it to understand when you put people out to remote work. You're going to have laptops. You're going to have to build that infrastructure to loop back into the city and all of the information that they need. Yeah.
Security becomes an issue too, so that'll be something you hear more about.
Huge. And the firewalls that you have inside the city hall, you now have to build that firewall outside as well.
Madam Mayor, I can spell IT, but I know we've got some really smart people working at it.
There you
So
go.
we are looking into what it'll take for us to continue the remote experience.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, they've done a great job
Yes, they have.
so far, and nobody has missed a beat. So thank you to everybody with everything, because you guys have done a fabulous job with serving the community, doing remote work. And and Jenny, your whole team of inspectors did a lot of their work. You had to equip them with all of their iPads, right? To do
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council, many of them actually already had like laptops for the field, but just learned to use different features like FaceTiming for some of the inspections and that kind of stuff. Use that technology in a different way. So it's been a learning experience.
Yeah, well, thank you, everybody. Yeah, okay, Jenny. I was just wondering when I saw 10,000, I know that doesn't cover what they're doing.
Parks Capital. This fund, the fund balance, we began 2020 with a higher fund balance. Parks development fees over the past couple of years, or last year and expected still in 2020, are increased. Regional trail expansion, that work is, Lake Marion Regional Trail is still going on, and that was carried forward into 2020. And additional regional trail projects were projected in 2021 through 2024 in the CIP. This fund has an annual property tax increase of $50,000 each year. One thing, the trail projects, those regional trail projects as being new projects are able to be spent from that park development fees, as those fees are restricted to new features. So that's something to note. Infrastructure Trust Fund. Again, we've talked about this before. We do anticipate an MSA reduction in 2021, and that's been programmed. That will be programmed into the plan. Project costs have been increasing over the past year, so it's been a little bit more challenging bidding environment. This fund includes an annual property tax increase of 3%, which for 2021 was $91,800. The fund balance in this fund, we really strive to maintain about a $2 million fund balance in this fund. So you can see we kind of hover just above and below. That allows us to kind of respond to any unexpected things that come up. Lastly, we don't want to completely leave out the enterprise funds. They're a large part of the budget. Right now, we have a comprehensive rate study that's in process for both water and sanitary and stormwater. The results of that will come to you at a later work session. Part of that study includes, evaluating the fixed versus variable rate structure and aligning that with our fixed costs and making sure that we're covering our fixed costs with a fixed rate. And also looking at the long-term operational and capital needs. So those are all incorporated in this comprehensive rate study process, and those will be the basis for the 2021 fees in those funds. Street lighting that was projected at a 3% increase in the 2020 budget for 2021, and we will review that plan and see if those rate increases are necessary. And for the enterprise, for all the funds, staff has begun the 5-year capital improvement process and looking at capital projects, so that is up and running as well. And that's the end of my presentation. So I'll stand for
Any questions, or did we just ask questions as we moved along? Okay. So, looking forward to the next round.
Okay. Thank you.
And thank you, everybody. This is well done, and, I can't thank you all enough for all that you do for the citizens of Burnsville. We've been in lockdown since March 14th, when I signed the emergency peacetime declaration, and then you all got into the EOC, and then we continue on this journey. And I have not heard any complaints from anyone. we do have some complaints that you've seen about people not liking that they have to complain about all of the broken fences, et cetera, but about the delivering of service, you still were able to do that. Police, fire, and at the same time, kept everyone healthy. Kept everyone healthy, safe, and well. So thank you. You know, people are saying, oh, you know, now that you have people working outside, it must be really easy. I said, no, they still have to do the work. Post-COVID, they still have to maintain, making sure the city is safe, make sure that they're there to all of the emergency calls, whether it's medical or not, still have to do the streets, still have to do inspections, still have to keep the city running. Now you put COVID on top of that, and that's another huge piece of responsibility and work. Then we have the economic crisis. Now it's been defined as a recession. We still had to do that. And now we have the racial injustice on top of that. It's a lot of work, and I have, thank you all. Please tell your team members and everybody, the 290 who work for the city, that we are grateful for the work that you do and in service to the people of Burnsville and our businesses. Thank you. So, anybody else? If not, we're moving in because the next item is roundtable. And the first item on roundtable, because I'm watching that clock, is that members of the council.
Yes.
Yeah, good. We had not, you know, we started our meetings at 7, and our mandatory adjournment was 11:30, because we believe that, you know, you don't make good decisions after a certain point. And the other was also being caring and compassionate about our staff, who have been here for over 8 hours on top of that, or even more, and then they're sitting through all of this. We have never changed the mandatory adjournment when we went to 6:30, never changed it when we went to 5:30, and I'm thinking we need to adjust it to be 10 o'clock, which is the amount of time from 7 to 11:30. And so you're agreeing with that. Okay, Kara? Okay, everybody? All right, yep. So Melanie, can it?
When?
Huh?
You want to remove it, or bring it down from 11:30?
11:30 to 10.
10.
To 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
That's fine. We've
So-
never really ran into that.
Melanie, if that can come on consent agenda at the next meeting.
Absolutely.
To change the mandatory adjournment. Yeah. You know, because the thing is, if we have a mandatory adjournment, then we all will work to make sure that we either don't go above that, or,
We get a buzzer, so if one of us is going on too long, we could buzz.
yeah. I like
Trapdoor.
that. Do you want to be the keeper of the buzzer?
Can I be?
I was thinking trapdoor.
Put that on my resume.
Yeah. Okay, okay, that was.
I like trapdoor better.
So that was mine, but Kara, you had a couple that you wanted us to, you had ducks?
Yes, okay, so we have a resident who has a question about ducks. Presently, we do allow chickens under some conditions. But they were asking if we could expand that policy to include ducks.
So, because we don't make any decisions, why don't we have staff take a look at it, and maybe you can look at what other cities are doing? And then we can, you know, 2 ducks, 5 ducks, I don't know, but, you know, look at and see what's out there and then bring it back.
Chickens.
Yeah, how many ducks equals a chicken? So that was one item.
Yeah, and then you had a second one.
Second item was, during our all-day work session, we had talked about, and we're looking at going forward with, getting a citizen commission together, having a multi-year process, and really reviewing, all of our code and that type of thing. I think with where we're at, I think we got our hands a little full right now. And so I don't see that really moving forward this year. I don't want to speak for everyone. But also just looking at staff's load of what they have going as well. So maybe we could take a small bite-sized step this year. And that would be to look at how we do our building code. So we adopt the state building code every time it changes. But we have things that are in addition to that. And those things have changed and then been added to and subtracted and then somewhat changed over here and that type of thing. So my proposal is we look at stripping it all the way back down to state building code and start with like that nice fresh foundation, and then the case needs to be made for additions. So rather than going through everything and looking at how do we subtract things, move them together, update them, we start with that fresh building code. So on the table is to have staff, if we wish to, staff can take a look at that and say, what would that be? And give us a couple examples of how that would alter things. And then we can look at that in work session if that's something you are amenable to.
What are people thinking? I would like for staff to come back. Jenny?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, just for clarification, the city cannot adopt by statute any building code requirements that are more stringent than the state building code. So, it's a minimum standard, and there are a lot of exceptions in the building code, but those are exceptions that are specifically called out in the building code. But our building code, we don't have our own building code, and we don't have our own building standards that are on top of the state adopted building code. So is there something else that you're thinking of that relates to building that isn't maybe the building
I was under the
code?
impression that we had codes that were in addition to or slightly different, that we can't go below the minimum of what the state building code is, but cities can go above. They can place additional requirements, such as building materials, all different things like that. So I think we do go above and beyond on that.
Yeah, Jenny.
Madam Mayor-
I think there are two different things here that Kara's looking at.
Correct. Madam Mayor,
Yeah,
members of the
it's not the
council,
same.
Councilmember Schultz, I believe what you're talking about is in the zoning code then.
Yeah, zoning.
That's where we
Yeah.
regulate aesthetics, setbacks, building
Yeah.
height, bulk, density, that type of thing is in the zoning code.
It's not the building code. It's zoning and, yeah. And,
I think our city manager.
yeah, Melanie.
Well, Madam Mayor and council members, after Councilmember Schultz and I talked about this morning, I guess it was this afternoon, I did reach out to Jenny and she reminded me that the building code is a minimum, but there are other elements for which we may regulate, such as the aesthetics, building materials, those kinds of things. Perhaps
That's what I'm asking about.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
and
And
that's a
so those are
zoning.
the elements that, we just want to make sure we're using common language here, not building code necessarily, but
Right.
zoning and materials. And so we
Yeah.
can, if that's the council's wish, we can take a look and see what that looks like and I'll
Yeah,
look to Jenny
because
behind me, on what the council's wish is, what the goals are, and then we can figure out how to bring that back to you.
You know, Council, I would say this, because didn't we have the planning commission look at some of our building codes? Wasn't that about 2 years ago, Vince, or 3? Yeah. Yeah, it took you guys a year to do that. So what I would like, Kara, is for staff to say, here's where we're at. Then maybe you can say, okay, here's some of the things but you were on the planning commission when you did that work, a year's work of all of that. So at least we understand what it is you're trying to get to.
Right. What I'm trying to get to is instead of taking on our whole multi-year project, taking a piece of that That's what I'm looking to do. Because in our all-day work session, we had agreed to go forward
Yeah.
with that
A task
citizen
force.
group and do that.
Yeah.
So what I'm looking at is a smaller, scaled-down section rather than jumping into that, because I don't, maybe you guys are ready to jump forward into it. If you are, then let's do it. But I was looking at taking a smaller piece of that, more bite-sized piece of that to start with now. But if you don't want to do that and you want to jump into the whole thing, let's do it. I'm game for that.
Yeah, well, the whole thing with where you're at, I really would like to have staff come back and tell us. I mean, your plate is overflowing. And Melanie,
Well, yeah, Madam Mayor and Council, when the council asked us to
Yeah.
consider this for 2020, we had developed with Joel's help, kind of a calendar on how we would chunk that out. Perhaps, and it was intended to start in second quarter.
Yeah.
I was looking more along fourth quarter at the earliest, just based on everything. That being said, I can share with the council the calendar that we, kind of the structure that we had put in place, the framework, and get council's feedback, with the caveat that, again, I don't like to tell the council no, but we're in unique times and we're a little stretched right now, so
Yeah.
we're absolutely
you're not
willing to
saying
do what
no,
the
it's
council
just
wants to
delayed.
do, but, we're not doing it, it's just been delayed, so.
I
that
will
would be the
withdraw
goal.
this then, since you are looking at starting in fourth quarter. So
Yeah.
I will look forward to that calendar in fourth quarter, and then
Sure.
we can
Yeah.
look at that.
Yeah,
If we're ready to jump in, let's jump in.
Yeah,
Fourth quarter.
I'd like to, just being very caring about where our staff is at and what's on their plate. Just tell us for fourth quarter and what you're going to do. And I think, at a work session, we don't have to do that tonight, Melanie, you
what
don't
we'll-
have to.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll report back on the framework that we've established, so you understand kind of what we were looking at, and then we can go from there, so.
Yeah, and you're not saying no to us and all of this. Good Lord, we know what the challenges are that we have right now. And so let us know, this is not something urgent. It's important work to do, but it's
important.
not
Yeah.
something that we have to do immediately. So tell us what your timeline is in a project, because you do also have to put together a task force of different people from the community. I think that's what we talked about, and some people from the commission and so forth, because I think the planning commission is usually the commission that looks at a lot of those zoning. And then you have other people. And I think it'll probably be good to look and see what LMC has on all of the different, because if we're going to look at best practices, let's have some good information.
Yeah, absolutely. I know the council wanted us to look at what was a good fit for Burnsville.
Yeah.
And so we will be happy to do that. And again, we've got a framework in place. So we'll make sure we bring that back so you
Yeah.
guys can see what that framework looks like, and then we can go from there.
Perfect.
Great.
I'm a happy camper, because
Yeah.
you're going further and farther than I was proposing, so
Yeah.
this is me being happy.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's good, because, we ask our staff to do things, and you know what? They always exceed. Dan
I just want a
Gustafson.
little clarification. Are you talking about eliminating zoning codes or modifying them?
What I was looking at is a more bite-sized piece of that overall thing that we were going to be doing, with looking at every single code, regulation, everything. So I was just looking at chunking off a much smaller piece of it. But it sounds like they have their schedule for doing the whole thing,
I'm just
so
trying to get clarification as I'm thinking
I
through
say,
this before they
let's
get
go
back
for
to
it.
us.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Are we reviewing our solar ordinance again this year?
Oh, please.
At least twice.
Vince Workman.
I want to do signs.
This twice.
And again, Vince Workman.
I'm gonna get kicked out of
You've
here.
done that, what, 2 or 3 times?
I would
Are
like
you
set
kidding
signs
me?
for
Ordinance is a
sheds.
bad
And you
word.
want to do signs again?
Why not?
Yeah. Good Lord. It'll be the 4th or 5th time we're doing signs.
the
Okay,
last 4
listen,
years.
I'm moving us on. Vince, do you have anything to report?
No fire muster this year,
Okay.
unfortunately.
It's unfortunate for all the things that we were going to do, but
We'll have a bigger party next year.
yeah, we'll all look forward to a bigger party, and we're going to have a vaccine so we can,
There we go.
yeah,
Scene party.
yeah. Yeah.
That just doesn't sound fun.
Kara,
No, I'm good.
Dan,
We all know DBB meets tomorrow, so I don't have to talk about that. Art and All That Jazz is canceled, unfortunately, as well, but
Yeah.
we did find a relief sessions that
Yeah.
we may be able to get done here at Civic Center Park, starting at the first Friday at the end of June through July. They'll be
Okay.
every Friday night, so watch Facebook.
hey, Vince.
What's that?
It's now Dan.
It's called the
You
Summer
wanna-
Relief
you wanna-
Sessions.
Yeah. Dan,
How do you spell relief? Go to summer sessions. I-35 meets on Thursday this week, and we are scheduled to have Representative Craig come in and talk about a bill and some transportation support. I believe it's the not America Cares Act, but name of it escaped me here for a second, but it's gone off my screen now. There's another big bill, about $494 billion being proposed that came out last week. So several bills are out to try and get transportation and in place because the current what's the name of the acronym for the current transportation funding bill that ends this year?
There's too many.
FAST, is it, or the FAST Act, or the START Act?
Safety
Anyway,
Lou Iced Tea, I can't
one of
remember
those.
which one it is.
Or iced tea, right. So it'll be interesting to hear from our Congresswoman. What else? Oh, the Heart of the City race is going to have a virtual race in light of COVID displacing. It is impossible for the fire muster, if everything were to open up in time, and large gatherings like that were to be allowed, it would be very, very tough for the fire muster to pull it all together last minute. The race actually could pull that off if they had to, but right now it's the courses or the planning is being set for a virtual race. So we'll be inviting people from around the country to run a 5, 10, or 15K and receive by mail a commemorative shirt and a couple other things. So we're gonna have an event, it just won't be in person. Fortunately, a running event can be held as a virtual event. And using technology like Strava and other programs on a phone, you can actually legitimize their time and distance and everything too, for awards and things. So anyway, that's it.
okay. Municipal Legislative Commission, that's our MLC. Melanie has been sharing some of the weekly updates that we have. But the most important thing is that we have been working with Commissioner Grove and asking him, working with the governor, to help get our restaurants and bars and our businesses back. And you all have seen that tomorrow, they are all going to be 50%
Yes.
there. But we are going to be meeting with the governor on Thursday, and Melanie and I will have a conversation, because now on Thursday, we want to make sure that if this thing spikes, we want him to partner with mayors and to have us at the table to have conversations. We know our businesses better than anybody else, and we can work with them if this spikes, but we want our businesses to continue to operate. So that's one piece. The other piece is the CARES Act funds that they need to distribute. Now, the governor alone cannot distribute them, and he wants to do it with the legislature. So, and then the other part is that we have to work with our Congress people with regard to looking at those funds simply because when it's a federal mandate, it doesn't allow us to use lost revenue to be funded. Correct, Melanie?
As it currently stands,
As
that's
it
correct.
currently stands. So we have to work with our Congress and our senators in Washington DC to just take a look at that. And then we need to get the HEROES Act. So at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, we're working on the HEROES Act past Congress, but it needs to get passed in the House. So they're still working on it. That's the important thing. And that's all I have. So, anybody have anything else? With that, we're at 9:36. We stand adjourned by acclamation.
Yeah.